Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Tanya, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Speaker Mike, can you hear me?
All good, sir.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Madam Speaker,
May we now have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Order, honorable members. Let me say Happy Youth Day in advance to the young people in this important month of June where beautiful people were born. Yeah. But I also say happy birthday to all of you, January to December, in case I don't get to say it. Order, honorable members, we will now start with the members' statement. Does any member from the ANC has a statement?
Thank you, Speaker. As the fifth phase of the Basic Education Employment Initiative got underway recently, the ANC shares President Cyril Ramaphosa urging of employers to give young people their next opportunity, mentor their enthusiasm, and foster their potential. Nearly 200,000 young people experienced their first day as participants at more than 20,000 institutions across the country, where they will be equipped with essential work skills. The BEEI brings hope, energy, and income to places where opportunities are too often out of reach. The program is designed to develop the work skills that employers say they need, such as time management, task management, teamwork, problem solving, IT, admin, and much more. Through this program, we've been able to give young people work experience and a pathway to formal employment or even further education. We want to encourage all the young people participants to grab this opportunity with both hands and learn as much as they can so that they may progress within the work environment. I thank you.
Thank you. Any member from the DA?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance calls for Minister Gwede Mantashe to instruct PetroSA to terminate the contract between Gazprom Bank Africa and PetroSA. The deal to restart the Mossel Bay gas-to-liquid refinery should have never been awarded to Gazprom Bank Africa in the first place, seeing that its mother body, Gazprom Bank Russia, was under international sanctions at the time. Gazprom Bank also seemingly scored only 40 points out of 100 points for this tender and not the initially suggested 80 out of 100, which made it the top bid. This ill-advised deal is practically dead, with Gazprom Bank Africa not meeting agreed deadlines and not honoring meetings with PetroSA to charter a way forward. The African subsidiary of the sanctioned Russian bank failed to even provide the 56 million rands for the feasibility study, let alone the 3.7 billion rands that is needed for the project. The Democratic Alliance also rejects the proposal that the Infrastructure South Africa foots the bill for the feasibility study and rescue Gazprom Bank from their contractual obligations. The South African economy can no longer be held hostage by PetroSA and Gazprom Bank Africa. The minister, as the chief shareholder at PetroSA, must ensure that PetroSA terminates this deal effective immediately. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Any member from the MK?
Dank u, Honorable Speaker. Gister was die herdenking van die dood van Ashley Kriel, ons eie held van Bonteheuwel, 'n seun van die Kaap, 'n soldaat van Umkhonto we Sizwe en 'n simbool van die stryd van die Kreeling, Khoisan gemeenskappe teen apartheid en teen verraad. Ashley het sy lewe gegee vir ons vryheid, maar wat het ons vandag om vir daardie opoffering te wys? District 6 is steeds leeg. Bonteheuwel bly in armoede en die ANC, DA en PA ignoreer steeds die pyn en geskiedenis van ons mense. Hulle vier de Klerk, maar vergeet Ashley. Cape Town International Lughawe moet na Ashley Kriel vernoem word. Hy het die ultimate prys betaal, maar ons sien geen standbeeld, geen straatnaam, geen eer nie, net stilte. Ek sê dit duidelik, die sogenaamde leiers in die DA en PA eet aan die tafel van die GNU, saam met partye wat ons mense soos honde behandel en uit die ekonomie sluit. Ashley Kriel sou vandag by MKP gewees het, by die mense, nie by die elite nie. Hy sou nie stil gebly het, terwyl daar nie eens een brein minister in die DA-regering is nie. Speaker, the economic betrayal of our people continues, not only in the halls of power, but on the streets where survival jobs are being stolen from unemployed South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you. ANC?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We welcome the recent inquest into the deaths of Credok 4 at the hands of the State Security Services 40 years ago, which finally started in the Gqeberha High Court on Monday, 3 June 2025. Along with the families, the ANC also shares the common hope that we will finally see the investigation into the death of Fort Tlalata, Matthew Goniwe, Sikelo Mhlauli, and Sporom Kondo reach some sort of finality. The Credok 4 were a group of 4 anti-apartheid activists who were abducted and murdered by South African security police in June 1985. The apartheid government denied that they had ordered the killings, but a document leaked to the press years later resulted in the removal of several police officers. At the second inquest, a judge ruled that the security forces were responsible but named no one individual. The inquest, nearly 40 years after the 4 political activists were killed, is the third such investigation into what transpired after the disappearance on June 27, 1985. The inquest will also seek to establish the names of the officials involved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The EFF is deeply concerned about the ongoing exploitation and non-compliance by mining houses operating along the R555 corridor. The R555 corridor Community Traditional Leaders Association Trust, which comprises of 18 traditional leaders and their communities, including CPAs, has raised serious grievances. The mining houses operated without proper consultation with traditional leaders, frequently violating health and safety standards, and are entangled in allegations of fraud and corruption. They continue to invade ancestral land and extract minerals without meaningful benefit or compensation to the rightful custodians of the land. As a result, communities in the areas remain trapped in poverty. Their lives are at constant risk due to environmental and social destruction caused by mining operations. Speaker, the life experience of our people in Sekhukhune district and many other mining regions across the country are heartbreaking. Mining houses routinely fail to comply with SLPs while they continue to extract our minerals with impunity. The Minister of Mineral Resources and Petroleum has failed to intervene and ensure that the R555 Community Development Trust receive receive what is rightfully theirs, including the 5% free carry share royalties and with full compliance of the SLP's obligation. This neglect of our
Thank you,
people under the
Honourable
GNU
Member.
government of the ANC
Your
and the
time
DA,
is up.
what a shame.
IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honourable members, let's allow the speaker on the podium to make his statement.
The Inkatha Freedom Party has long championed economic policies that empower communities and restore dignity through meaningful work. Industrialization presents a clear opportunity to revitalize our economy and tackle a scourge of youth unemployment. By investing in local industries, especially in rural and underdeveloped areas, we can create jobs, stimulate entrepreneurship, and reduce poverty. Our young people do not want handouts. They want skills, opportunities, and the ability to build a future. The IFP believes in a decentralized, inclusive economy that benefits all South Africans. Industrial development coupled with vocational training and proper infrastructure can unlock that vision. Let us act now to build an economy that works, especially for our youth. Through strategic investment in industrial hubs, skills development, and infrastructure, we can create sustainable employment and uplift entire communities. Let us prioritize industrialization as a tool, not only for economic advancement, but also for restoring hope to a generation that has been left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Failure to meet the real needs of Matsekama residents in the West Coast has resulted in both the DA and the EFF Plus being removed from power in the Matsekama municipality after a successful motion of no confidence against the Speaker, Mayor, and Deputy Mayor. The ruling coalition now includes the African National Congress, Patriotic Alliance, EFF, and Good Party. The motions were tabled at a council meeting last week, where 8 of the 15 councillors supported the motion. This motion of no confidence was based on sustained, ineffective leadership, failure to address community concerns, ongoing non-compliance, and a lack of sound corporate governance. We are confident that the change in leadership will bring a renewed focus on service delivery, ethical governance, upliftment, and prioritization of that community. Through this coalition, we have gained a prominent leader of the Democratic Alliance who has since joined the ANC. We will together ensure that local government works for the people by delivering services and restoring dignity of every resident in the area. I thank you.
ACDP.
Speaker, the ACDP
Can
would like
hear you,
to
Reverend. Reverend Mishra, you can go ahead.
The ACDP, can you hear me, Speaker?
We can hear you.
Technology. The ACDP would like to commend one of our country's most respected governance scholars, Professor William Gumede, for his courage and love for truth and transparency. He exposed what many feared to do. He stated the fact that over 1 trillion rands has been transferred to fewer than 100 politically connected individuals under the banner of Black economic empowerment. BEE, he said, only benefits a very few and small group of politically connected, linked to the ANC, linked to the trade unions, and the same people are empowered again and again, he said. The respected Professor Gumede, in an explosive interview, has revealed so much that has concerned the public. This is not transformation, he said. This is state-sanctioned looting under the guise of empowerment. While the ACDP highly respects individuals like Professor Gumede, the ACDP is shocked and very disturbed at the intolerant and unacceptable behavior of the anti-Israel mob that harass Israeli runners in the Comrades Marathon in KZN on Monday. harassing athletes from a particular country during an international event,
Thank you,
particularly
Honorable
motivated.
Mishra. Your time is up. The
Thank you.
DA. Order.
Honorable Speaker, this year's Child Protection Week themed, and I quote, "Working together to end violence against children," close quotes, has concluded with government and NPOs launching initiatives and children's marches to emphasize the importance of protecting South Africa's children. However, this ideal contrasts sharply with the reality for many children on the street, particularly in Gauteng, where NPOs supporting them have gone unpaid for months by the Department of Social Development. Members of the Portfolio Committee have been receiving urgent pleas from NPOs, either awaiting payments tied to signed service level agreements or still waiting to sign these agreements to access critical funding. During a recent briefing, the MEC for Social Development informed the committee about efforts to resolve this funding crisis, indicating plans for an SLA signing ceremony followed by subsidy disbursements. Alarmingly, reports from Gauteng reveal that the department is returning 102 million rands through the Treasury. This is a serious indictment of the MEC's performance, as vulnerable children deserve far better support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. ATM.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today we remember and celebrate the life and legacy of a remarkable woman, the late Dr. Nozuko Nongunga, founder of the TACC Women's Organization and a pioneering force behind the ATM Women's League. Dr. Nongunga was more than just a leader. She was a visionary, a humanitarian, and a mother to many, especially in the most forgotten corners of our society. Her tireless commitment to uplifting the lives of women and children in rural communities is a legacy we must honor and emulate. Through her philanthropic work, she built homes for the destitute, initiated literacy and education projects in underdevelopment areas, and offered dignity when despair had taken root. Her work was not motivated by political ambition or public applause, but by a deep and abiding love for humanity. May her legacy live in forever in the lives she touched and in the work we continue to do in her honor. Happy birthday, Manzita. Kwai kwai. I thank you.
Order. ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. The scourge of gender-based violence and femicide continues to engulf our nation. This is despite our collective effort to declare GBVF a pandemic confronting South Africa. The communities of Ward 24 and Ward 38 in Rustenburg face terrible incidents involving the gruesome killing of women and violent abuse of minors every week. Amongst many cases reported, others unreported, which are prevalent in that terror-stricken community, we will focus only on the 3 that took place each week in the past 3 weeks. On the 12th May, a young girl by the name of Ntabeleng Precious Mahau, who resides in number 9 informal settlement, was raped and brutally killed by a way of cutting off her throat as if she was an animal. On the 23rd of May, a 7-year-old boy was choked, dragged into the bush and brutally raped by a man that is unknown. On the 31st of May, a woman from Phase 1 Freedom Park by the name of Noma Kezi was violently strangled to death by a man closer to her home. This community complains about a lack of police visibility in their area. There was a satellite police station in the past, but it was burnt down in 2012 during the AMCU-led mine worker strike. The community is pleading with government to have a satellite police station resuscitated to enhance police visibility.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
To build a police station. Thank you.
MK.
Thank you, Speaker. This so-called
Order, Honorable Member. Let's allow the member on the podium to be heard.
Thank you, Speaker. This so-called GNU legacy in basic education is one of broken promises and inequality. The 4th quarterly report reveals a government that builds one school while cutting water projects by 93%, yet pledges on interest on rent at 39.6 million, and unfunded priorities. Meanwhile, the G20 seminar exposed the hypocrisy of preaching inclusive ECCE while 56% of our children are left behind. The minister's empty rhetoric cannot mask the ANC's failure to train practitioners, regulate centers, and spend budgets effectively. Somlomo, na imibuzo engifisa ukuyibuza. Umkhonto wesizwe ubuza uthi uphu 23 billion.
Chairperson, here are the questions that I would like to ask.
Order, honorable members, members on the platform, please.
Why?
Uphinde ubuza ukuthi uphu 23 billion uma ingane Eastern Cape singenayo transport. Umkhonto wesizwe uphinde ubuza ukuthi ama subjects angaphansi kohlelo lika STME angagqugquzela ukuthi afundwe ezikoleni ukuze sikwazi ukuthola i-pass rate ephezulu. Kungani noma ingoba asinalo uhlelo oluhle nge-future yabantwana bethu. Isikhathi so-account simanje and soyibuza le mbuzo nize niphendule. Siyabonga.
EFF.
Ngiyabonga mqhubi inkulumo. Learners of Mauberry Primary School and Mzoniwa Secondary School who reside in Emabomvini, Mdlelanto Village under the Umvoti Municipality, Mzinyathi District of KwaZulu-Natal face life-threatening conditions in their pursuit for education. Kubafundi basemdlelanto mqhubi inkulumo kuthola imfundo lesezingeni kukhetha kufa noma kuphila. Every day their lives are endangered as they travel to school using a steep and hazardous pathway. A makeshift stairway constructed in 2006 is now deteriorating. The steel beams and banisters are rusted, broken, and falling apart. Without these support structures, the narrow steep path becomes extremely dangerous, especially for young children as young as 6 years old. Government departments have been shifting blame instead of taking decisive action to save lives. The Department of Education has refused to provide scholar transport despite requests from parents on the basis that the distance is too short to qualify. Meanwhile, both the local and district municipality have for over 3 decades have made empty promises to upgrade the path or construct a safe alternative route, yet nothing has materialized. Masipala wasemvoti nasemzinyathi mqhubi inkulumo babeke litshe lesikhumbuzo lalaba labalahlekelwa impilo kule ndlela. An acknowledgement of its danger, but with no corresponding action to resolve the crisis. We therefore call on the Department of Basic Education and the
Ngiyabonga lunga lehloniphekile isikhathi sakho sesiphelile manje.
nalophethe bomasipala
Ngicela i-ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC welcomes the recent fourth quarter report of the 2024-2025 financial year of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which has stated that over 4.78 million young people are now registered on the National Pathway Management Network, with more than 1.67 million earning opportunities secured to date through the program. The program continues to make meaningful strides in unlocking sustainable earnings opportunities for young people across South Africa. Over 70 million has been disbursed to 11 implementing partners, including 30 million in this quarter alone. By the end of March 2025, over 5,400 young people have been enrolled, reaching 65% of the program's enrollment target. More than 3,000 young people have been placed into quality jobs. It is encouraging to note that the success of this initiative is due to the ongoing collaboration between government, private sector, development partners, and the young people initiatives. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under the leadership of Minister Leon Schreiber, the Border Management Authority has achieved an incredible 215% increase in the number of undocumented persons intercepted during the festive season and a 63% increase in the prevention of attempted illegal crossings over Easter compared to the previous financial year. The Minister has introduced AI-powered drones, advanced body cams, and smart monitoring equipment to enhance border security and enforcement. But Minister Schreiber cannot tackle illegal immigration with technology alone. It has been over 2 years since the BMA was formally established as a public entity, and yet the SAPS functions that still have not been transferred to the BMA by the Minister of Police. I've yet to receive an answer to my written question to the Minister in this regard. However, the last available figures released indicate that 4,354 police officers are assigned to border protection. Home Affairs, Port Health, Agriculture, and Environmental Biosecurity have all transferred staff, assets, and budget into the BMA. Yet there is no indication when the Border Police Unit will move into the BMA. The BMA is then left with 672 border law enforcement officers, and this urgently needs to be addressed. We need the Minister of Police to bring us into his confidence on when the SAPS border police functions will be integrated into the BMA, and to assure this House that SAPS border functions are not being systematically drained ahead of this transfer. SAP's refusal to comply with the BMA Act means we have a police service that is deliberately undermining the
Thank you,
security.
Honorable Member. Your time is up. ANC.
The ANC strongly condemns the deadly shootout between illegal miners and the South African Police Services in Rivalia, Johannesburg, on Tuesday, 3 June 2025, which has claimed at least one life. It is reported that a violent confrontation broke out between police and suspected illegal miners in the Zamimpilo informal settlement in Rivalia, a hotspot for unlawful mining activities in Western Johannesburg. The clash, which occurred late Tuesday, resulted in the death of a 59-year-old Jerome Lotharing, who was caught in a crossfire. Such lawlessness poses a grave danger to communities and those who serve and protect them. We commend the ongoing efforts by law enforcement to clamp down on illegal mining operations, which continue to pose serious threats to public safety and infrastructure. We urge communities to cooperate with authorities and report any illegal activities in their area. The ANC extends heartfelt condolences to the family of the deceased. I thank you.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker.
SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA rises to call for the immediate suspension of Advocate Shamila Batoy as the National Director of Public Prosecutions and to demand a full parliamentary inquiry into the ongoing prosecutorial failures and administrative chaos in the NPA and the extent to which apparent political interference has compromised its operations, and in light of the NDPP's alleged utterances that the NPA has been infiltrated by corrupt prosecutors. From the collapse of the asbestos corruption case involving Ace Magashule to the apparent unlawful and irregular handling of the extradition of his former PA, Ms. Cholota, these embarrassing failures aren't isolated. From the Pala Pala saga to the failed prosecutions of Timothy Omotoso, Shepherd Bushiri, and the Estina Dairy Project, the list of prosecutorial disasters continues to grow. Most damning, however, is the NPA's failure to secure an extradition of the Gupta brothers nearly a decade after the Gupta leaks. Under Advocate Batoy's leadership, the NPA has become a refuge for the politically connected, where prosecutions collapse with alarming regularity, accountability is avoided, and justice is delayed. In response to this crisis, Action SA has formally written to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to demand urgent intervention and the initiation of a process to remove Advocate Batoy in terms of Section 12 of the NPA Act. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? There are only 7 ministerial responses that are allowed. Can I get those members of the executive who would like to respond to the statements? Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members in the House. Let me start with acknowledging the issue raised by the ANC on the inquest for CREDOC 4 and indicate that we remain committed in ensuring that justice is served to those who have been victims of the apartheid crimes. We continue to support the families as the Department of Justice, ensuring that we are able to provide support as per it's required for their legal representatives, and also support in broader terms in terms of the families transport, those who are testifying. We do believe that this is necessary to be able to allow the families to find closure, and we'll continue to work with them in this regard. And we appreciate the work that is being done. The second area I want to speak to is in relation to Honorable Trollip's letter. I have received the letter. I have requested a meeting, Honorable Trollip, because some of the issues that you are raising actually does not only become the responsibility of NPA, but other justice and crime prevention entities. So we do need to deal with it. I must say, Honorable Speaker, the concerns around some of the failures or failure of prosecution, because we determine the success of NPA on the basis of successful prosecution. However, we do think that there is a need for us to reflect broadly on some of the successes as well. Because if we look at the number of cases just in a month, you would have that almost 99% of cases have gone through successfully, and you find that 2% have not gone well. But we do understand the outcry of the public, and we are making sure that there are mechanisms to respond to some of the challenges that exist, including capacitation, but monitoring from the NDPP. We have responded to the issue that relates to articulation in terms of whether NPA has been incapacitated to do its work. What we have received as feedback is that there are individuals that are going to go through investigation and possible charges. Others have already started the process. We have started the process where they've been involved in compromising cases. So this is not a broad problem of the entirety of the organization that would determine or require an inquiry. And I thought that is important for us to indicate. On the Child Protection Week, we remain committed to protecting the children. We worked together with MEC for Social Development in Gauteng in the work. And what I was happy about is that what they have put in mechanism, it might have delayed the payment of our NGOs, but the fact that they are making sure that NGOs that are dealing with children do not have individuals who are actually previously or have been convicted of sexual offences, which is quite important. And I do think that it is unfair. It is unfair.
Honorable Silo, can you please mute? Silo, can you please mute? Minister can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. It is unfair for the honorable member to cast suspicion on Honorable Masibuko with the hard work that she's been doing. She is commonly known as a person that fights on gender-based violence. She is at the forefront. I went and joined when she organized NGOs that were there working together with her in protection of children. We will be this weekend again dealing with children who are in conflict with the law together with social development.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
And that's the
your time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to respond to the statement made by the Honorable Ruiz. The Honorable Member is correct that this is an issue that we need to address. And I can confirm that from the side of Home Affairs and the Border Management Authority, that we are ready to engage and make sure that the transfer of functions that is required in terms of the BMA Act is done appropriately. And also from my side, I have taken the necessary steps towards that proclamation. I think it's important to indicate that completing the establishment of the Border Management Authority is the single most important thing we can do right now to combat illegal immigration. And the lack of capacity, the lack of officers, of boots on the ground, is an issue that can be addressed urgently through this transfer function that is required from SAP's border policing unit to the Border Management Authority. Madam Speaker, the BMA was indeed created to improve border management. And so then we must do what is required to make that a reality. We cannot hold this institution back. We cannot kneecap it and expect it to do its job. And therefore, these officials and the transfer of these functions is now urgent. In fact, I would say that border security and capacitating the Border Management Authority to fulfill its functions is too urgent for us to be held back by narrow interests. And for that reason, I am more than ready to work with the South African Police Service. I have engaged with Minister Mkhunu about this so that we can urgently implement this transfer of function from the SAPS to the BMA in terms of what the law requires. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhunu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good day to the members, honorable members of Parliament. The first question that I want to respond, the statement that I want to follow up on is relates to the shootout between police and illegal miners. This incident did take place, of course, on the 3rd of June, and it was one of those incidents that are very unfortunate, but very provocative at the same time, and requires decisive response on our side in future. Of course, with this or that caution, but we do want to take this opportunity and warn these illegal miners never to get tempted whatsoever at any point to shoot at police as it happened. But of course, it's a matter that police couldn't avoid, and they had to continue with their work. And it does expose people to danger, and we condemn it with all the contempt it deserves. And we urged police to go back there and enforce the law. Thank you very much. And then the second statement that we want to respond or follow up on is the one on the so-called boyfriend who murdered his girlfriend, an innocent young lady of 20 years, and then turned out to join the family of the woman that were looking for the young lady. In the meantime, he had murdered the young girl, chopped her, and put her under his own bed, and then joined people who were looking for the young lady. We condemn this. It's one of the ugliest incidents to ever visit us. But he was arrested, and he's going to go through the processes of the law. And the last one is the one that Honorable Minister Schreiber is responding to. I also want to make a statement. There is absolutely no problem on the side of Home Affairs and SAPS, except to say that I learned that before the Government of National Unity came into effect, there were long discussions that had taken place between SAPS, with SAPS and other JCPS members, including Home Affairs, on this matter. And there were certain arrangements that were made. We now have to unravel those. Now, we need a bilateral to discuss those because there are certain issues that we need to deal with and resolve, which have been placed before me. And Minister Schreiber has asked for the meeting, I think, on the 17th of June, and the meeting will take place so that we discuss this matter once and for all.
Thank you,
and it's important.
Minister.
Thank you.
Your time is up. That concludes ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on youth.
Order.
Debate on Youth Day, Skills for a World in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Empowering the Youth for Transformative Economic Participation.
Thank you, honorable members. What's the point of order, Honorable Hlangwini?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think it's the second time I'm raising this. I raised this also last week because we have seen there's some level of non-compliance in terms of member statements from the side of the ministers. There was not 7 ministerial responses that was given this afternoon. And in conjunction of what members have raised,
I mean, me and my colleague have raised issues on mining, and the Deputy Minister of Mining and Minerals is sitting here, and to not have a response, it's actually utterly unacceptable, because I mean, this is issues from our constituency, and we are having a Deputy Minister in the House, if the Minister is not available, to respond to these issues that we are having. This is becoming now the same way what we are dealing with in question and answer session. It can't be allowed. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The issue will be taken up with the Leader of Government Business. Order, Honorable Member, we point members of the executive who have raised their hands to speak. We do not have the rule that say we must force them. Until you change a rule, we stay with the status quo. Honorable members, I just want to announce that the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Ms. Chikunga, is hosting a Youth Day debate watch party today in partnership with our Parliament and the National Youth Development Agency. Some members of Parliament who are young have an opportunity. They are there with her now. The event forms part of the official build-up to Youth Day, but also to the youth event that will take place during the P20 scheduled for October. The Youth Parliament is scheduled for Friday, 13 June 2025, and the National Youth Day 2025 commemoration to be held on 16 June 2025 in Potchefstroom, Northwest. We welcome all the young people who are watching the debate online. We now proceed with the debate, and I call Honorable Chotechi. Order.
Honorable Speaker, as we gather to commemorate Youth Day, we stand at a critical stage where education must serve as the ultimate catalyst for youth empowerment and the fourth industrial revolution readiness. This debate calls upon every young South African to recognize that our education system is not merely about acquiring knowledge. It is about transforming our nation's economic landscape, breaking structural barriers, and ensuring that no young person is left behind in the digital revolution that is reshaping our world. Youth Day is not merely about remembering the brave souls who marched on June 16, 1976. It is a clear-on call to look forward to affirm the central role of youth in development and transformation. When we reflect on the critical day in Soweto, we remember students who refused to accept an education system designed to limit their potential. Today, we face a similar imperative. We must refuse to accept an economic system that continues to marginalize young people and instead forge a path towards a genuine economic freedom. The spirit of those courageous students who challenged the apartheid regime's oppressive education policies reminds us that education has always been a weapon for liberation. Their sacrifice was not in vain. It opened doors that we must now walk through with determination, purpose, and building a society where no young person is left behind. The youth have always been and continue to be history makers and future shapers. From Tsietsi Mashinini's extraordinary courage in leading the Soweto uprising, to Mongiwe Hazel Ntuli's remarkable achievement as South Africa's youngest actuary at the age of 17 years old. Young people have constantly demonstrated their capacity to excel and lead. Mashinini, who at the age of 19 became an undisputed leader of the student uprising, showed us that age is no barrier for making history. Similarly, Ntuli's academic excellence in actual science, a field demanding exceptional mathematical and analytical skills, proves that today's youth can excel in the most demanding 4IR-related disciplines. These examples inform a crucial truth that every generation has its own mission. And for our generation, our mission is to ensure economic freedom by acknowledging and agently addressing the structural barriers that continues to hinder access and participation in the meaningful economic activities. Honorable members, breaking down structural barriers that hinder youth development requires expanding access to post-school education and training as a pillar for advancing youth empowerment. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme represents a tangible commitment to realizing Freedom Charter's call to open doors of learning and of culture. The introduction of phase 1 of a comprehensive funding model for missing middle students from household earning between 350,000 and 600,000 annually marks a revolutionary step towards inclusive education financing. This initiative ensures that financial constraints no longer determine who can access quality higher education, addressing a critical gap that has historically excluded thousands of capable young people from pursuing their dreams. Our ongoing efforts must prioritize the inclusion of women and persons with disabilities to ensure equitable economic participation. Education as a catalyst for empowerment means creating spaces where diversity is not just tolerated but celebrated as a source of innovation and strength. When we build inclusive educational environments, we unleash the full potential of our nation's human capital, ensuring that every voice contributes to our collective progress. Honorable members, our government is making remarkable strides to reposition PSET to be more responsive and relevant for the fourth industrial revolution, ensuring that education does not just instruct, but build innovators and critical thinkers. Currently, 19 universities are offering specialized programs in artificial intelligence, while 18 TVET colleges are implementing programs focused on IT and computer science. These initiatives demonstrate our commitment to preparing young people for careers that will define our economic future. Additionally, the establishment of the 4IR centers, including the New World Economic Forum stage for the fourth industrial revolution at the University of Pretoria, represent a significant investment in developing relevant skills for fourth IR technologies. These centers are not merely academic institutions. They are innovation hubs where young minds will develop solutions to humanity's most pressing challenges. Our One Country, One Skills plan, the reconceptualized human resource development strategy, and master skill plan represent comprehensive efforts to resolve the persistent imbalance between skills, supply, and demand. The national list of occupations in high demand serve as crucial guidance tool, helping institutions and students to focus on priority skills and sectors where opportunities are abound. We must also affirm the foundational importance of early childhood development in building pipeline of empowerment and skilled youth for 4IR. Our interventions to improve literacy and numeracy capabilities, combined with expanding access to coding, artificial intelligence, and robotics in schools, ensure that every child, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to develop 4IR-ready skills from the early age. The draft coding and robotics curriculum represent transformative shift in how we prepare young minds for technological literacy. By introducing these skills early, we democratize access to digital competencies that were once a privilege of the white and a few rich people. This transformation requires a whole of society's approach. With youth voice at the center of building responsive, future-orientated institutions. We need institutions that do not merely train young people in the world of work, but empower them to lead innovations and drive economic transformation. Young people must be partners in designing their educational experiences, not passive recipients of determined curricula. Research shows that when youth are actively engaged in shaping their educational journey, they develop stronger identities, more meaningful connections to their learning. This participatory approach ensures that education remains relevant, responsive, and revolutionary. As we reflect on the legacy of the 1976 generation, we must ask ourselves, are we prepared to be as courageous as those who came before us? The students who marched in Soweto fought for the right to quality education. Today we have that right, but with it comes responsibilities to use education as a catalyst for comprehensive transformation. The fourth industrial revolution presents both unprecedented opportunities and significant challenges. We can either be passive observers of technological change or active architects of our own future. The choice is ours. And the time is now. Let us ensure that education becomes the greater equalizer, empowering every young South African not just to participate in the economy, but to lead it from the front. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Msezane. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Let us hear the voices of the youth.
House Chairperson, I rise today to make a submission on behalf of the millions of young people in our country, those who are hopeless, neglected, marginalized, and systematically excluded. I speak for the youth whose daily reality is shaped by poverty, violence, and institutional failure. I intend to present these sentiments as raw and unfiltered as they are, because to sugarcoat their suffering would be a disservice, and also it would be an injustice. I do so fully aware that for many in this chamber today, this process is merely a procedural tick box exercise. But for the youth, it is a cry for their dignity. I do so in a reflection of a fearless, united youth movement of 1976, and also the unapologetic 2015 Fees Must Fall generation. Between 2018 and 2025, South Africa has witnessed a skyrocketing, persistent crisis of youth unemployment, both amongst graduates and non-graduates. According to recent Stats SA, youth unemployment between ages 15 to 24 has increased up to 62.4%. Crime has intensified, and gender-based violence has reached horrifying levels. We lose women and children to senseless brutality, yet we remain buried in action. In 2017, former President Jacob Zuma declared free education with an implementation timeline to be starting in 2018. The commitment was later reversed by this current administration, the so-called Government of National Unity, a coalition that I can only describe as an unholy mjolo that continues to betray the educational aspirations of the youth. The government does not understand the trauma of students studying without food. It does not understand the hardship of students not having proper accommodation. It does not understand the lives of students that have no access to sanitary products without safe accommodation. It is a government that fails to comprehend the reality that many unfunded students are pushed into dangerous circumstances wherein survival becomes dependent on transactional relationships with older men, often leading to exploitation, abuse, and diseases. Students from the poor are forced to drop out due to no funding. Young people are hopeless because of getting no spaces in higher education institutions. Young males resort to hijacking, stealing, burglary, murder, drug and substance abuse. 3 weeks ago, we lost a brother who was shot in cold blood while he was trying to reason with a young man who had broken into a house in a nearby area. and he had stolen a TV. Lawlessness is the order of the day as a result of a failing government. The GNU does not feel the pain of a black child who graduates against all odds, only to be barred from graduating and receiving their certificate due to unpaid fees. And even with the degree, employment remains a distant dream. House Chairperson, we are producing youth that is unemployable. What future is this? Others most recently went to the US and had the audacity to further pledge more exploitation of our mineral resources for the benefit of the United States, whereas our youth is living in abject poverty and misery.
Honorable Member, will you just take your seat, please? Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members, I can't hear what the member has to say.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to check if the member on the podium is willing to tell us when is Floyd.
No, honorable member, that's not a point of order, please. Please, let's be serious. Please proceed, honorable member.
Chairperson, the hiring of foreign nationals in our country takes priority over our youth in this country. As we stand here today, a university called Sapago Mogato Health Science University has hired at least 20 admin staff, whereas our youth is unemployed in this country. We have witnessed graduates and students of Teleso TVET College or TVET College in the Northwest who are now able to build robots that can assist both the deaf and the blind. We have witnessed students during oversight in the University of Technology that can build drones, build battery-powered vehicles, but are not given the support or the opportunities. Students in TVET College in the Northwest are able to even refine and process mineral resources to jewelry and value-added products. But this government still takes our mineral resources to other countries for their own benefit. Young people are very innovative, House Chair. Young people have the potential to become miners. Young people can process and refine our mineral resources to become value-added products. Today, our youth is ravaged by substance abuse. Many of our sisters are forced into sex work, not by choice, but by economic desperation. Others are coerced into exchanging sexual favors for even jobs that they qualify for even in institutions of government. Nepotism and corruption have closed all doors of opportunities, but to those that are politically connected, including children of ministers, friends of executives, girlfriends and boyfriends of those that are in power. Meanwhile, hospitals remain short-staffed while our young qualified doctors are unemployed. Schools are operating on a teacher ratio of 1:50, far above the recommended standards. Yet the budget says nothing about employing the thousands and thousands of unemployed teachers that are sitting at home hopelessly so. Suicidal rates amongst young deaf ears. Let me take this opportunity now to speak directly to the youth of this country. Bandabash, no one is coming to save you. The time has come for us to confront those who are profiting from our suffering head on. Let us unite. Let us visit the mines in Limpopo, Northwest, and
Honorable members,
all our communities. Let us visit the mines in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and all our communities. Let us go to them and ask them, what do we benefit as young people from the extraction of our mineral resources? Let us go to Richards Bay Minerals and ask them, what role are young people playing in the local economy? Where are those hundreds and hundreds of trucks that go in, week out with our coal, taking that coal, and how are we benefiting as young people? Let us demonstrate not just a march, but an act of purpose and determination like the youth of 1976, like the United Fees Must Fall movement. Let us call out and isolate those who enable and perpetrate gender-based violence. Let us isolate our brothers who rape, kill, and murder our sisters on a daily basis. For hashtags, this is not the time for campaigns that die in news cycles. This is the time for real grassroots mobilization. We will no longer allow our mineral resources to be sold under our noses, under the pretense of building foreign economies while we languish in hunger. Let us end this modern day economic slavery. Let us stand at the gates of those that are exploiting our wealth, our futures, and demand accountability now. We refuse to be spectators in our own country while our land is overflowing with riches, but bereft of justice for its youth. Rise now, young people. Our future depends on it and that of our children. Or let us watch it fade under our watch. We are not just the future, but we are the present. Before I conclude, House Chairperson, let me borrow from a few words of a living icon and a legend, Ubaba Mzwakhe Mbuli, when he reminds us in his words, when he says, Vuka Daki, Vuka Africa. Now is the time to break the mental chains. Now is the time for soul searching. Now is the time to retain dignity and power. Poverty has a color in South Africa. Silence is no longer golden. Silence is cowardice. The end of apartheid did not end poverty. The end of apartheid did not end inequality. Our minerals are still in the hands of the whites. Our economy is still in the hands of the whites. The weapon of the oppressor is the mind, and the mind of an oppressed black man. Ukulimala kwengqondo, ukulimala komuntu, ukulimala komuntu, ukulimala komndeni, ukulimala komndeni,
Damage to the
ukulimala
brain
komphakathi.
is there damage to a person. Damage to a person is damage to the family, and that is damage to the community.
Let me share a few words from a speech that I delivered back in the years when I was doing matric. These, Honorable Chair, these were the words born of my conditions, which are conditions faced by thousands of hopeless child-headed homes today. No matter how good your excuses may be, no matter how much you can blame your difficult conditions, in our case, no matter how much we can blame the failing government, ultimately we have a responsibility to define and shape our own destiny. Rise now, young people. Time for rhetoric is over. Gwaza mkondo gwaza.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Kanyile. Order, Honorable Members.
Honorable Chairperson.
Order, Honorable Members, order.
Today we gather not just to commemorate a date on the calendar, but to honor the courage, the sacrifice, and the enduring legacy of the young people who changed the course of our history. On June 16, 1976, in the streets of Soweto, thousands of students rose up, not with weapons, but with conviction. They stood against an oppressive system, demanded the right to quality education, and reminded the world that young people are not just the future, they are the force now. Honorable members, what gave those young people courage to take their fight to the streets was knowing that what they demanded was within reach, and once achieved, would change their lives and those of generations that would come after them. Can we stand here today and say that the youth of today have the same hope? No, I don't think so. 31 years into democracy, our youth have been locked out of employment opportunities. Some are sitting at home with qualifications which are of no use to them because there are no jobs to apply for. We have a TVET college in Likwa municipality that offers business studies when we have less than 4 big companies that can absorb them. Instead of training our youth in agricultural studies in a province rich in agriculture opportunity. Chairperson, according to Stats SA, the current stats indicate that in the first quarter of 2025, South Africa's youth unemployment rate, defined as job seekers aged 15 to 24, reached 62.4%. This is a significant increase from 59.6% in the previous quarter. Too many of our young people are leaving school unprepared for the jobs of today, let alone the jobs of tomorrow. We face the unemployment rate that is not just a statistic, it is a national emergency. And behind every percentage point is a person, a young man, a young woman denied a career in tech, a rural youth unable to access online learning, a graduate with a degree but no direction. Honorable members, in this house today, we must all agree that broad-based Black economic empowerment policy must be scrapped. This policy from its inception has never benefited the Black people of this country, except for a handful politically connected individuals, such as the likes of Edwin Sodi. Every unemployed young person agrees that this policy doesn't serve them. And if it did, they're asking, why are they always going to bed on an empty stomach? It has also never been used as a lottery system where it ensured that every disadvantaged Black individual gets a slice of the
Honorable
cake.
member, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just wanted to check if the honorable member is willing to take a question.
Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Chairperson, I'm busy here.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Addressing the issue of triple BEE, every unemployed young person agrees that this policy doesn't serve them. And if they did, they're asking themselves, why do they always go to bed on an empty stomach? It has also never been used as a lottery system where it ensured that every disadvantaged Black individual gets a slice of the cake. The ones who benefited at its inception turned into gatekeepers. They now feel entitled. Some towns today have groups of triple BEE beneficiaries who are now blocking contractors from doing their work under the disguise of demanding 30%. Triple BEE fuels criminality, and for this reason, it must be scrapped, and everyone must be granted a job opportunity based on merit. Honorable Chair, the world is not just changing, it is transforming at a pace we have never seen before. The fourth industrial revolution is no longer on the horizon, it is here. And in its wake, it is redrawing the maps of jobs, skills, and economics. We stand today at a crossroads between the world we inherited and the world we must shape. The fourth industrial revolution is not knocking at our door, it has already entered our homes, our schools, our workplaces. But the question we must confront boldly and honestly is whether our young people are ready to thrive in it. The fourth industrial revolution is changing the world of work, education, and innovation. It demands new skills, digital literacy, problem-solving, creativity, adaptability, and entrepreneurship. Honorable members, if we empower the youth with these tools, we must grow our economy, create jobs, and reduce unemployment. More than that, we must position South Africa as a leader in global digital economy. Our curriculum must align with future skills, coding, robotics, and entrepreneurship into basic education. Rural and township youth cannot be left behind. We need digital infrastructure, affordable internet access and devices, and inclusive training programs that meet them where they are. Not every young person will find a job, but many can create them. We must invest in youth-led businesses, incubators, and financial support for young innovators. And this responsibility cannot be left to the National Youth Development Agency. Chairperson, we have no time to waste. Every day we delay, we lose talent, we lose potential, we lose ground. But every young person we empower, every skill we teach, every opportunity we open, brings us closer to the kind of country we all want to live in, a vibrant and growing economy, and a just, innovative, and prosperous society. Let us be bold, let us be agent, let us be deliberate about building a South Africa where the youth are not just passengers of progress, but drivers of empowerment. Let us ensure the youth in rural areas are not left behind. We must constantly strive to improve the quality of education, to ensure learners from previously disadvantaged schools become more employable and are equipped with adequate skills needed for the job market. Reviewing a curriculum to identify, address gaps in digital and financial literacy and STEM subjects. Providing robust pre-implementation training for teachers to ensure effective implementation of the curriculum. Establishing school evaluation authorities in every province based on the Western Cape model to measure, monitor, and evaluate performance in schools. To ensure that school leavers, job seekers, and those wishing to upgrade their skills are not prevented or discouraged from obtaining the skills they need to succeed. A national DA government would support the development of scarce and critical skills, expand the assistance provided through NSFAS, and implement a tiered funding model to address the missing middle crisis while always ensuring that adequate provision is made for funding poor and vulnerable students. Collaborate with private sector to enhance access to student funding, providing students with more financial options to further their studies. Young people of all races in South Africa, you are not too young. You are not too small. You are ready. You carry within you the fire that burned in your predecessors. Use it to create, use it to challenge, to dream, to build. And for all of us in position of power, let us never forget that the future is not something we prepare youth for. It is something we must prepare youth to lead. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the last president of the Youth League when it was still Young Lions. Today, there are kittens who purr at the injustice of young people, an empty shell that has dwindled into insignificance. Greetings to the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters, President Julius Malema. Greetings to commissars, fighters, and ground forces. Before we proceed with the speech, we must debunk myths that have been said in this podium.
Members. The member has the right to be heard. Even if you disagree with her, you can raise the issues in the debate. Please proceed.
They purr, they don't roar. Let us roar. The fiction here is that there was a time in this country where free education was declared. And we want to debunk that myth, that on the 23rd of October 2015, it was not a 21st birthday party. Our lives were impacted by fees must fall, and there's never been free education in this country. House Chair, we must honor the fearless youth of 1976 who courageously spoke truth to power and made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom we enjoy today. We also salute the roads must fall and fees must fall generation who boldly stood and were resilient to the colonial symbols and institutional racism, and their call for free, decolonized quality education reignited the ongoing struggle for justice, dignity, and transformation. It was the courageous actions of young people that shifted the balance of power and redefined the political landscape, demanding a radical transformation of the country's prevailing political zentagonist. Nothing about young people without young people. We gather here today to confront head-on both a profound threat and a transformative opportunity presented by the fourth industrial revolution. In this era, where machines think, algorithms govern, and data has become the new gold, the pressing question is not whether we will embrace the future, but whether what the future will serve the interest of the people, or merely entrench the power of the privileged elite. The fourth industrial revolution is not a neutral or apolitical phenomenon. As the youth of Africa, we must critically interrogate in whose interest are artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and biotechnology reshaping the global economy. These technologies are not inherently liberatory. They are shaped by class interest, driven by corporate greed, and embedded in global imperialist systems. In the hands of the neoliberal elite, they become instruments of exclusion, exploitation, and deepening inequality. We, the economic freedom fighters, say no more. The youth of South Africa refuse to be mere spectators in the technological revolution. We will be its architects. We must refrain. The kitten must silent and listen to the leadership, because you failed to even speak on what the topic is about. We must reclaim the industrial revolution as a tool for liberation, not an engine of exclusion and oppression. It must serve the interest of the people, not the profiteers. We must wield its power to our advance and make it to better the people. House Chair, the struggle for economic freedom requires the full empowerment of the youth through skills development, ownership, and clear sense of purpose in this digital age. We cannot equip the future generations with tools for liberation by relying on outdated, Eurocentric, and capitalist curricula designed to uphold the interest of white monopoly capital. Our education must reflect African realities and prepare our youth to lead in a rapidly evolving technological world. We must decolonize the education system from primary school through to university, ensuring that it integrates the essential tools of the fourth industrial revolution, such as coding, data science, robotics, and renewable energy technologies, so that our youth are not left behind, but are equipped to lead in the shaping of the future. Our schools must be equipped with free high-speed internet, Wi-Fi, smart classrooms, and the necessary digital infrastructure. Every learner, whether in the township or rural village, must have access to a tablet, not just those in affluent areas such as Sandton. Furthermore, the data generated by our people must not be owned or controlled by foreign corporations. It must be protected and used to benefit our communities. Global tech giants such as Google and Amazon must not continue to profit from the intellectual labor and the digital footprint of our people. The Economic Freedom Fighters calls for the establishment of a state-owned technology sector that leverages artificial intelligence, machine learning, and automation, not for private profit, but for public good. This sector must serve the developmental needs of our people and protect the national dignity of sovereignty. We must build people's innovation hubs in every province, especially in neglected rural areas.
Honorable member, my apologies. Just switch off the microphone of that member on the platform, please. Don't know who it is. Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. No young person can meaningfully participate in the digital economy while burdened by hunger, homelessness, and unemployment. That is why we must harness technological innovation as a means to put food on the table, to construct dignified shelter for the homeless, and to create meaningful work for the jobless. Digital skills are meaningless without both the means to use them and access to the means of production. It is because of this reason that the EFF firmly upholds cardinal pillar number 1 on expropriation of land without compensation.
Member, your time has now expired.
True economic freedom and the ability for young people to build sustainable business, productive farms, digital enterprises depend on equitable redistribution of wealth.
You don't have ears now. How would we?
The next speaker.
They can't hear you.
Members, is the Honorable Zondo. Order, honorable members. Honorable Letsie, we want the debate to continue, please. Please continue, Honorable Zondo.
Honored House Chairperson, this month as we commemorate Youth Day, we are not only reflecting on the bravery of 1976 generation, but we are reminded of our solid duty to create a future where young people are truly empowered to thrive in a rapid changing world. For example, the fourth industrial revolution is reshaping every sector of our economy, from agriculture to healthcare, from education to government services, yet millions of South Africans, young people remain marginalized, underskilled, underemployed, and underrepresented in innovation economy. As the IFP, we firmly believe that that economic transformation begins with educational transformation. Our youth cannot participate in a digital economy where many are still excluded from basic connectivity. A child without data today is a worker without opportunity tomorrow. We are therefore called for Department of Higher Education to prioritize STEM education in rural and township schools and roll out targeted TVET and artisan training programs that address the needs of 4IR, establishing public-private partnership to expand digital literacy, coding academics, and innovation hub at the community level. Furthermore, the IFP strongly urges the Department of Higher Education to implement an industrial aligned skill mapping initiative so that our graduates do not enter a labor market that has no place for their qualifications. Crucially, the IFP reaffirmed our long-held commitment to access a free higher education for all deserving students. Education is not a privilege. It is an instrument of justice. We cannot speak of empowering young youth while NSFAS continues to fail, leaving thousands abandoned mid-qualifications. In South Africa, if South Africa is serious about empowering its youth, we must ensure that deserving students which are left behind because of financial constraint, we must end the cycle of student debt and underfunded institutions. A good example is witnessed in inspiring leaders like President Traoré of Burkina Faso, with a young population taking a decisive action to empower the nation. We must applaud him for his remarkable effort to ensure the state own ownership of mineral resources. The strategic move means that Burkina Faso values minerals as are being sold in their neighbors' countries, directly benefited people by creating jobs and significantly boosting their economy. This is a powerful example of what the late founder of Inkatha Freedom Party, Umntwana Pindangene, also envisioned for South Africa. A nation where its natural resources leverage for the prosperity of its citizens, much like renewal focus of agriculture is now a transformation the landscape of the Burkina Faso. Moreover, the IFP is alarmed by the rising substance abuse among young people, particularly in the communities plagued by the poverty and high rate of unemployment, and any serious youth empowerment strategy must integrate comprehensive prevention and rehabilitation programs linked directly to skill development and employment opportunity so that young people are not only lifted out of addiction, but also into a dignity and self-reliance. Honored Chairperson, we owe it to our youth to stop paying lip service on their future. The 1976 generation fought for political freedom. Today, the youth is crying for economic dignity. Let's give them freedom of economy in their time. Let's support, let's honor them with policies that opens doors, not close them. The IFP stands ready to build a future where every South African has a skill and access not just to thrive, but to lead. I want to end, Chairperson, with saying that when we are building the future of this country, we must prepare the future leaders of this country. We've seen the killing of people from the tribe fighting for the kingship because we have not prepared the leaders of the tribe in our areas. We need to have this development of the young princes so that they will be ready to take over whenever the throne comes to their ways, because we need to build a future of this country that is ready for everything that is coming on their way. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chairperson, honorable members. Allow me to start by saying South Africa's past was built on inequality and stolen opportunity, and that's the truth. But we do not honor that truth by being trapped in it. We honor it by creating a future where young persons' worth is no longer defined by what they come from, but by what they can become. The fourth industrial revolution is not a textbook chapter. It is the world we now live in. Artificial intelligence is rewriting industries. Automation is replacing jobs. Data is the new oil. The real question is not, are we ready? But are we bold enough to transform? The Patriotic Alliance believes that youth must be more than job seekers in this new economy. They must be the owners, coders, creators, and leaders of it. We need a national digital education system that reaches every township, rural school, teaching coding, robotics, entrepreneurship, and critical thinking as core subjects, not luxuries. These systems must be connected directly to real-time industry demand, not so that every learner becomes a future earner. We must introduce a targeted national service for youth, not in school, work, or business. This is not punishment, it's a path of dignity, structure, skills, and civil duty. No young person should be abandoned to addiction or crime when they need direction. We must stop exporting raw materials and importing finished products. Beneficiation must be a national mission. South African youth must become the mechanists, engineers, designers, and digital producers of the continent. We should not be the world's mine. We must be its factory and innovation lab. We argue for youth advisory councils that shape decisions and investment in sports, arts, and culture as an active platform of participation, healing, creativity. Every community must become a stage for young people to organize and to lead, not just to perform. And we must insist on servant leadership, not in theory, but in action. Let our youth lead by lifting each other. Whether you're a coder teaching kids in Kayalicha or a football coach mentoring teens in Eldorado Park, change happens when ordinary people lead with extraordinary humility. But let us be clear, transformation is impossible without enforcement. Illegal foreigners cannot be allowed to occupy jobs meant for South Africans. Gender-based violence cannot be solved with policy documents. We need action, police, prosecutors, and real consequences. The law is not anti-democratic. It is the foundation of dignity. As we pursue these goals, the Patriotic Alliance reaffirms its commitment to uplifting all South Africans, regardless of their race, class, or background. We acknowledge the enduring injustices of the past, but we reject a future defined by division. Our vision is of a unified empowerment society where every citizen is given a fair chance and where reconciliation is achieved through dignity, inclusion, and opportunity. If we are serious about transformation, we must stop repeating slogans and start building systems. This is not an argument against the past. It is a demand for the future. And that future is not optional. It's urgent, it's ours, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Denner.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, empowering the youth for transformative economic participation, especially in the context of being ready for the fourth industrial revolution, is indeed a very noble prospect. But before we can empower our youth for the fourth IR, we have to ensure that our children are fed and safe and taken care of. I say this in the specific context of the complete crisis that the beneficiaries of the Department of Social Development, especially in Gauteng, are facing at the moment. Children's homes, facilities for victims of domestic abuse and the like have been waiting for their grants for months on end, leaving their charges hopeless and destitute. Still then, everybody from the president to the particular minister of the department stands in this very house and pretends to be fighting GBV and femicide or wants to eliminate youth unemployment. Last week was Child Protection Week. Yet, during that very week, children's homes in Gauteng's pleas for their grants to be paid fell on deaf government ears, and they are still waiting. Wat 'n skande. Coming back to the fourth industrial
What a
revolution
shame.
and the skills needed to ensure that our youth are empowered and ready to embrace the exciting opportunities and challenges that come with it. To thrive, the fourth industrial revolution, during the fourth industrial revolution, our youth will need a combination of technical and soft skills. Technical skills in the way of being able to apply the skills that they have learned. Digital literacy being the proficiency in emerging technologies, and technological literacy to understand and adapt to new technologies, tools, and software. They will also need soft skills such as creativity, emotional intelligence, entrepreneurial spirit, especially in an environment where some youth are deliberately being kept out of the jobs market by legislative restraints, the ability of lifelong learning, research skills, English proficiency, and the ability to bounce back after setbacks and go the extra mile. That is indeed a big ask for a country with staggering unemployment, stagnant economic growth, and an education crisis where 80% of grade 4s can't read for comprehension. The fourth industrial revolution also does not only rely on technical advances and skills in this field. While the focus is often on these emerging technologies, traditional trades are also evolving to incorporate new skills and technologies. Artisans like plumbers and electricians, amongst others, play a crucial role in the fourth industrial revolution. And for the youth of South Africa, being able to ply a trade opens up a world of opportunity, sustainability, and employment. If only the Department of Higher Education and the CETAs weren't in the business of sabotaging the youth of our country. For as we speak, Chair, there are thousands of young artisan apprentices waiting to take their trade tests, unable to enter the jobs market, unable to provide for themselves and their families, forced to be part of the 46% youth unemployment statistic because of bureaucratic and funding constraints at CETA and a total lack of political will from the Department of Higher Education to fix this problem and empower the youth of South Africa. Skande op skande op skande en dit hou nie op nie.
Scandal after scandal after scandal, it never ends. But just like you would eat an elephant little by little, with political will, strong leadership, good policies, and good management, as well as structural reforms, we can create change. Unity, and the government of national unity, rather, is the first step in the right direction. To get rid of this rot, to replace it, the rest will then fall into place bit by bit. The Freedom Front Plus will be actively part of this change, and we are also looking forward to it. I thank you.
Honourable member, the next speaker is the Honourable Kobe.
Thank you, House Chair. Fellow South Africans, this Youth Day, millions of young people across our country will not be celebrating. They will be reflecting on what could have been and what still isn't. For many of us, Youth Day isn't a time for remembrance, but a painful reminder of how little has changed since 1994. We keep hearing the same statistics, the same headlines, and the same broken promises. But youth unemployment is not just a number. It is you and it is me. For most of my 20s, I've lived the brutal reality of unemployment. When I was fortunate enough to get a learnership, it brought temporary relief, 12 months of hope. But when the time came, we were told to go, and not because we weren't good enough, and not because there were no vacancies, but because the jobs were reserved for only a select few connected. When I left Gauteng Office of the Premier in 2018, youth unemployment stats sat at 38%. Today, it's even worse. In the first quarter of 2025, 46.1% of young South Africans aged between 15 and 34 were unemployed. That's nearly half of our generation that is out of work. And yet, from the union buildings, you'd think things were improving. The president recently praised the Basic Education Employment Initiative for placing 200,000 young people in schools. The NYDA and SA Youth Mobi created 76,000 more opportunities. Another 3,000 have been placed in so-called quality jobs. Yes, those numbers matter to those who benefited. But when 291,000 jobs were lost in just one quarter, when over 5,000 jobs were lost daily every single working day, we must ask, is this really a solution or just a distraction? Today, 8.23 million South Africans are unemployed. Another 3.5 million have given up trying. The need rate, not in the employment, education, or training, has climbed to 45.1%. Even graduate unemployment rate has grown, rising from 8.7 to 11.7%. When university graduates can't even find jobs, we must admit the system is broken. The GNU is fiddling while the youth burn with hopelessness. At the heart of this failure is the collapse of institutions meant to prepare us for work. Take CETAs, for example. These were meant to equip young people with real relevant skills. Instead, they've become havens for waste, corruption, and cadre deployment. Last year, CETA spent 60 million on board fees, enrolled only a third of their target learners, and saw 7 of their entities receive qualified reports. This month is even worse because we saw the Minister of Higher Education who was caught trying to peg CETA boards with political allies. Is this what youth development in our country looks like? We need real change. And as Action SA, we propose the following. Consolidate CETAs into a lean, efficient system that delivers skills and not jobs for pals. Cutting waste before raising taxes. Start reviewing CETA spending. We ask that you support youth wages in small businesses and informal mentorships and create a national service year tied to accredited training and real job pathways. And finally, we ask that you build a single opportunity fund merging NYDA, NEF, CETAs, and others into one outcome-focused entity. Fellow South African youth, we don't need more slogans, we need action. The GNU that said it would bring growth and jobs has only brought cheap PR and spin and stagnation. We demand a government that sees our future as more than a PR opportunity, a government that acts and not just speaks. Our hope can't survive on rhetoric alone. It must be built brick by brick, skill by skill, job by job. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Thring.
You're welcome to come and join me here. Honorable House Chairperson, as we commemorate Youth Day, the ACDP is keenly aware of the growing shift of economies worldwide, moving to artificial intelligence, robotics, and automation, and the effect that this could have on our youth. As this shift accelerates, South African youth face an urgent challenge. Youth unemployment is
Honourable Thring.
62%.
Honourable Thring, will you just take your seat? Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
I just want to check the age of the
No,
honorable
Honourable
members.
Member, take your seat, please. Take your seat. The honourable members. The honourable member said he's young at heart, so let him continue.
I will challenge the member to come and ride the Cape Argus with me next year. As this shift accelerates, South African youth face an urgent challenge. Youth unemployment is over 62% for ages 15 to 24, while the expanded unemployment rate exceeds 43%. Without proactive intervention, automation will further displace young workers unless there is a rapid reskilling or absorption into labor-intensive industries. While many sectors are embracing automation, many remain labor-intensive and unlikely to be fully automated. Agriculture and agro-processing will still require human labor for crop harvesting, livestock care, and artisanal food production. Healthcare, social services, and construction work demands problem-solving skills that automation cannot easily replicate. With the advent of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the ACDP urges government to act swiftly, to beneficiate our raw materials and capitalize on manufacturing, agro-processing, and skills development. The value of Africa's food and beverage market alone is projected to reach $1 trillion by 2030, presenting a critical opportunity for labor-intensive economic growth, which must include Africa's youth. Honourable House Chair, by 2035, South Africa must generate 7.4 million jobs to accommodate its expanding workforce. The ACDP positions that a dual-track education system like Germany's should be used to improve employability by tailoring pathways for students to pursue vocational or academic careers. Additionally, extramural skills programs must accelerate youth preparedness for emerging industries, ensuring that marginalized communities benefit from fourth industrial revolution advancements. Our current system fails to equip school leavers with relevant skills, leading to a widening gap between education supply and employer demand. Before automation significantly disrupts labor markets, the biblical kingdom economic principles of the ACDP, if implemented, will boost manufacturing and labor-intensive industries, ensuring economic inclusion and sustainable employment for our young people in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Every single year, we stand here on this podium to talk about youth unemployment in this country. I've been a member of parliament for more than 10 years now, and the debate continues like a ritual, but without nothing being done properly and actively about it. Young people in South Africa continue to face a myriad of problems from high unemployment rate, poor educational outcomes, and education inequality to various forms of poverty. We are aware that having young people locked out of the economy is a deadly crisis and a ticking time bomb that is waiting to explode, especially when one considers issues of economic development and the need to find more strategies to tackle these challenges as a national pandemic. To begin with, South Africa is rich with mineral resources. However, because we fail to invest in beneficiation, whereby minerals are processed and transformed into higher value chain products, which can either be consumed locally or exported, we fail to be able to create a number of employment opportunities for young people in particular, as this would actually enable us to participate effectively in the continental free trade area by involving SMMEs, which are owned by young people to stimulate economic growth, to create more jobs and combat poverty. In addition, acquiring skills for a world in the fourth industrial revolution remains a challenge for our government. The government is failing to invest in resources needed for IR. Even our TVET colleges and universities are under-resourced, especially those universities that come from previously disadvantaged communities with poor infrastructure and old technology. The Department of Education must integrate these universities, particularly in the TVET colleges, by adapting their programs to equip graduates with the skills needed to thrive in the fourth industrial revolution. We need curriculum reform, technology integration, and faculty development to provide students with hands-on experience with IR tools. If government fails to implement these reforms and interventions, then we must actually come to terms with the fact that we are going to be left behind even in this revolution. Youth empowerment requires that we active government policies include public job creation and strengthened public investment in critical areas, including infrastructure development and agriculture. That will actually take for the fourth industrial revolution tools into account. We need to invest and build technological capabilities that foster value addition in strategic sectors like agribusiness, manufacturing, green transitions, global health, to achieve the liberation and the empowerment of young people that we so much require, and ensure that in empowerment policies that we implement as a country, we ensure that the businesses of young people in particular benefit a great deal. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Thank you. Oh, no, Kens, I'm from my stool. Honorable members,
Honorable Chairperson.
The youth of South Africa are not just the future. They are our present, filled with promise, energy, and dreams. And yet, nearly half of them are being left behind. We have almost 5 million young people between the ages of 15 and 34 that are unemployed. This is more than the population of Eswatini and Namibia combined. And it's more than the population of New Zealand or even Ireland. These are not just numbers. They are delayed dreams, dimmed hopes, and futures on hold. 30 years into democracy, we should have been building a better country. Instead, we are handing over broken systems, broken promises, and broken hearts. We are raising a generation poorer than their parents, a generation struggling to finish school or university. And even when they do, they cannot find work. Our education system as it is currently is failing to equip our young adults with relevant skills while our economy cannot absorb or empower them. Many of our young people are not only unable to find jobs, they are also unequipped to create their own. They are being robbed of the dignity that comes with building a life, providing for themselves, and contributing meaningfully to society. Faced with these realities, many fall into the trap of crime, addiction, and problem gambling. Schools have become war zones Students live in fear with gunshots echoing outside classroom windows. How can a young person study, hope, or dream under these conditions? Unfortunately, changing technologies and aggressive advertising are also exposing our youth to gambling at alarming rates. The National Gambling Board has flagged this, but we have done very little to protect them. We are watching a generation gamble away its future, literally. We can and we must stop this. Smarter policing, safer schools, better laws, and an education system that aligns with economic needs, we can empower our youth. Let us rebuild a nation where young people do not just survive, but they do thrive.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The next member. I think the House will join me in congratulating the Honorable Ghana for completing the Comrades Marathon. And is wearing the medal to show that indeed he was successful. Well done. Congratulations.
Congratulations to him indeed, Chair.
The next speaker is the Honorable Schlazo Webster.
Honorable Chair, too many in this room speak about the youth crisis as if they are mere spectators, especially those who sit in the GNU. They speak as if they are not the very custodians of executive power who can act and do something today. Stop gaslighting young people. Stop outsourcing your duty. The people who can change the lives of millions of young people in South Africa are in this house. And I wish to address just a few of them today on behalf of our youth. To Minister Pakstow, right now across our township, millions of young people sit on street corners, bahleli emakhoneni, literally. And it's not because bayathanda. They sit emakhoneni because
Sitting on the corners, it's not because they like it. They've been failed.
You have the power, Minister Tao, to declare strategic townships as special economic zones. This will bring investment, jobs, and dignity to communities that have long been shut out of South Africa's economy. Having small SCZs will not only grow jobs, but undo the very architecture of apartheid that sought to marginalize and geographically exclude the majority in our country. Minister Chikunga, while the world races ahead in the skills of the fourth industrial revolution, South African youth are being left behind. They are trapped in outdated programs while the global economy moves on without them. Scrap the NYDA. Let's stop pretending that redirect that budget to real skills development, AI, logistics, trade, agriculture, the industries of tomorrow. We owe our young people more. Minister Marupeni Ramokgopa, introduce youth impact assessment for all major legislation and programs. No more Let's make it law that no policy that affects young people proceeds without considering and meaningfully consulting young people. And finally, Mr. President, if you are serious about jobs, start with performance and accountability. Fire Minister Stella Ndabeni. Right now, there are thousands of brilliant young entrepreneurs who have ideas that could create jobs for many, but they are drowning in red tape. They go into CEDA offices and CIFA offices and they come out with pamphlets instead of getting help and support for their businesses. The Department of Small Business Development needs youth-focused, jobs-focused leadership that will wage war on red tape, champion township entrepreneurs, and unlock the SMME sector to absorb the millions of unemployed young people in this country. Today in 2025, we have yet another generation of young South Africans who have not seen the system. The difference is that there is power in the hands of leaders to be able to make a difference. History will not remember the speeches that we gave. We will remember how we actually acted. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Mahal.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Today we gather to honor the brave youth of 1976 who stood up against oppressions and demanded a better future. Their courage in the face of bullets and brutality changed the course of our history. But as of we stand here, nearly half a century later, I am struck by a painful truth that many of the struggles they fought for those many years ago remain completely out of reach for many young South Africans. Our youth are drowning in a sea of unemployment and hopelessness. Over 60% of young people are jobless, trapped in a cycle of poverty and despair. Dreams are deferred and talents are watered. They graduate into a world that offers no jobs, no prospects, and no hope. It is betrayal of the sacrifices made in 1976, and it's embarrassing that they are still grappling with these same issues. As ATM, we are not here just to lament. We are here to demand actions and offer solutions. First, we must overhaul our school curriculum. It is outdated and disconnected from the real world. Our kids need skills such as coding, entrepreneurship, and critical thinking, not just learning for exams that lead to nowhere. Let's teach them to build, to innovate, to thrive in a modern economy. Secondly, tertiary education must be more accessible, especially advanced qualifications, which the government still refuses to make free. To tackle the unemployment, we must industrialize and do it urgently, build factories and revive manufacturing. And who should lead this change? Our youth. They are not just the future, they exist now. Put them at the forefront of new industries, mentor them, fund their ideas. If we fail to act, we're not just letting down our youth, we are spitting on the leaders of 1976. The youth of Soweto didn't march for us to stand here 49 years later, making empty speeches. They demanded an action. Let's make Youth Day a reality. Let's fight for a South Africa where every young person has a job, a purpose, and a future. No more excuses. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Chaviti.
Inhlekani House Chair, Nabatere Kulori. House Chair, I will not do justice to this house if I don't greet a revolutionary president of young people in this country, President Colin Malach. And House Chair, I also want to anchor a message to President Malaji, the president of young people in this country, to say that there are young people in red uniform that want membership of Youth League, and we are going to give them that membership. As we gather here to commemorate Youth Month, we stand at a crossroads of possibilities. Today, I speak not just about science and innovation, but about claiming our narrative, empowering our youth and building an Africa that leads the world into tomorrow. Let us begin with a truth that history tried to bury. Africa has always been a continent of innovators. Long before the colonial disruptions, African kingdoms flourished through scientific masteries. From the astronomical precision of great Zimbabwe to the metallurgical excellence of Benin, from the mathematical innovation of Timbuktu to the engineering marvels of ancient Egypt, science was never foreign to African soil. The history Walter Rodney reminded us that colonialization was so brutal. It didn't just steal our resources, it stole our stories. It erased the narrative of African scientific achievement and replaced it with a lie that science belongs only to the Western people. Today, we reject that lie. We are not building science from scratch. We are rebuilding what was always ours. Under the Fatimid dynasty, Egypt didn't just participate in global innovation. It led it windmills, water wheels, paper making, sugar refining, advanced textile. Egypt was teaching Europe while pioneering technologies that would shape civilization. This is our heritage. This is our foundation. Today, we witness a global shift. China's development to DeepSeek, an open source alternative to Western artificial intelligence monopolies, shows us what's possible when nations prioritize people over profit, innovations over imitation. This is our moment to join that revolution. We must acknowledge a fundamental truth. Robust economic growth demands investment in scientific advancement, not as an afterthought, not a luxury, but as the cornerstone of our development strategy. When we invest in our research institutions, our universities, our CSIR, we are not just funding laboratories. We are funding hope. We are creating pathways out of poverty into prosperity. But let us be clear, we will not simply copy Western models of innovation that have perpetuated global inequalities for centuries. We must innovate with purpose, with consciousness, with Ubuntu. Considering the University of Sydney's solar-powered weed elimination technology, this is just clever engineering. This is not just clever engineering. It's exactly the kind of innovation our agricultural sector needs. With South African farmers carrying over 220 billion in debts, not from failure, but from commitment to efficiency and innovation, we see the hunger for technological solutions that work for African conditions. Our youth must become the architects of solutions tailored to African challenges, from precision agriculture that maximizes yields while preserving soil health, to renewable energy systems that brings power to rural communities, to mining technologies that extract wealth while protecting our environment. We must revolutionize education, integrating STEM to the earliest ages, not just as foreign concepts, but as tools of liberation. When a young person in Limpopo learns coding, they are not just learning a skill, they are learning to shape the digital future. When a student in the Eastern Cape studies renewable energy, they are not just studying science, they are studying how to light up their community. Our youth must master the language of tomorrow: artificial intelligence, robotics, data science, blockchain, cybersecurity. These aren't just career paths. They are instruments of transformation. A young woman who masters AI can revolutionize healthcare delivery in rural area. A young man who understands blockchain can create financial inclusion for the unbanked. Innovation without entrepreneurship is just clever ideas. We must create an ecosystem where young South Africans don't just consume technology. They create it, own it, and profit from it. Through grants, incubators, and market access, we can nurture a generation of African tech entrepreneurs who solve African problems and export African solutions to the world. We cannot build an inclusive future on an exclusive foundation. Every young person from Sandton to the most remote village in the Northern Cape must have access to high-speed internet, digital device, and technological literacy. Digital inclusion is not a privilege. It is a prerequisite for participation in the 21st century. The government's role is clear: create the enabling environment through strategic policies, robust funding, and unwavering support. STEM bursaries, innovation hubs, national competitions, these are not expenses, they are investment in our national future. But let us be revolutionary in our thinking. Our young people are not just beneficiaries of change. They are agents of change. Their energy, creativity, and digital native make them uniquely positioned to lead us into the fourth industrial revolution. When we empower a young person to lead their own research projects, we are not just supporting their career, we are unleashing their potential to transform society. When we invite youth voices into policy dialogues, we're not just being inclusive, we're being smart because they understand the future in the ways we are still learning. Our young people carry within them the solution to poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Our job is not not to limit their dreams, but to expand their possibilities, not to manage their potential, but to multiply it, not to control their future, but to ensure that they have the tools to create it. Let us choose greatness. Let us choose to be the generation that did not just witness the African century, but build it. Let us choose to be remembered not as those who inherited problems, but as those who created solutions. Our youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow. They are the revolutionaries of today. And with science and innovation as their weapon, with determination as their shield, with Africa as their foundation, there is no limit to what they can achieve. The future is Africa. The future is young. The future is now. Roar, young lions. Roar.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. Al-Jama. The NCC. Order, Honorable Members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, colleagues. Some beautiful speeches here today.
Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, you are now interrupting the member on the podium. Please continue, Honorable Member.
Some truly beautiful speeches here today by the very people who have condemned our youth to the scrap heap of unemployment and poverty. I don't think that the ANC is in a position to dominate this debate today. We speak of the fourth industrial revolution. We've left half the country in the third one. We've ensured that most of us will never be part of this conversation. Where I live, on the Cape Flats, it is easier for a young colored man to obtain a gun than a job interview. Now let that sink in. Where I live, we can't speak of entrepreneurship. The only entrepreneur we know is the drug dealer. The only system that wants us is correctional services. The job market doesn't. The only place where we're popular is the mortuary, not the colleges. We, the colored people, reject this conversation because we were never part of the third industrial revolution. Let me be clear. I didn't come here to be nice. I came here to tell the truth. And if our truth hurts you, then good so. Let me tell you this. As we stand here today, this conversation will do nothing for Black and colored youth in this country. This conversation will only benefit the few and the connected and the corrupt. Thank you. We can stand here and we can grandstand. We can go through these motions and our boys will continue to die. Where I'm from, the most beautiful woman in the world sold themselves for as little as 30 rand. These circumstances brought by you and your GNU partner that sit there as if they're innocent. We speak about the damage of BEE. Black people have this conversation in Parliament. But those same Black people forget that that same God-forsaken party of theirs has court rulings that says that they have discriminated against people of color by appointing unqualified white people. And our children continue to die. On the Cape Flats, we can't get colored boys into schools. And we're here talking about the fourth industrial revolution. Julle maak my kop seer, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Hoto, Africa.
Today, we are at a turning point in history. One path continues Africa's legacy of exclusion and dependency. The other leads us to dignity, innovation, and economic freedom, led by Africans' youth, armed with right skill for fourth industrial revolution. This revolution, with its artificial intelligence, robotics, and digital technology, it is not a threat to Africa, it is an opportunity. But only if we keep our youth, not just to survive it, but to shape it. Our generation struggle its economy. Just as our parents fought for political freedom, we must fight for economic self-determination. And that starts with the skill in the coding, research, fintech, and more. These are not foreign skills, they are African necessities. Youth empowerment must go beyond slogans. Youth don't want to be added in the system that designed without them. They want to build new ones, rooted in African realities and driven by African leadership. We must train youth not just to work for companies, but to create them. Not just to use technology, but to design it and own it. For this to happen, our education system must be decolonized by infusing African identity with future skills. It must be digitized by giving every rural and urban child access to technology. It must be democratized. It must create space for youth people to lead boldly. This is not just a South African challenge, it's a Pan-African mission. We need cross-border collaboration, shared innovation platform, and inclusive technology in African languages from Swahili to isiZulu. Youth Day is not just about honoring the past, it's about owning the future. The fourth industrial evolution gives us the choices, irrelevance or transformation. Let us invest in African youth. Let us teach them to build. Let us give them the tools to rewrite the economy and reclaim the wealth of this continent. To the youth of Africa, the time is now. Katnimambo.
Thank you. The Honorable Baaf.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Today, as we near Youth Day on the 16th of June, we commemorate not only the bravery of the 1976 generation, but the promise and the plight of the youth of today. Yet almost 50 years later, we must confront a painful truth. Our youth are still fighting for their future. Only this time, the battlefield is not Soweto streets, but the classroom, the unemployment queue, and unforgiving digital divide of the 21st century. Honorable House Chairperson, let us be clear. The fourth industrial revolution is not some distant dream. It is here. It is rapidly changing the world around us, how we work, how we learn, build, and innovate. And it is brutal to those who are unprepared. Make no mistake, the digital revolution will require us to adopt what we must adopt, adapt where we can, and lead where there are gaps. But the reality for millions of South Africans' youth is that they are digitally aware, but digitally excluded. They know how to use WhatsApp, but they've never seen a line of code in their lives. They carry smartphones, but cannot access e-learning platforms because data is still too expensive. Some attend schools without electricity, never mind computers or robotics labs. Is the reality then one of e-learning or e-exclusion? Today, youth unemployment stands at over 45%. That is not just a number, it is a broken promise. It is the daily reality for a generation who are told and promised they will inherit a better country, a generation who are locked out of an economy that has moved on without them. Yes, Honorable Chairperson, we must acknowledge the efforts made since 1994. From the introduction of coding and robotics in school curriculums to the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, these were and are steps that were taken in the right direction. But in recent years, that momentum has stalled. Instead of preparing our youth for a world of AI, automation, and a green economy, we've trapped them in outdated and an unequal education system, where learners in townships are lucky if they have a teacher who knows how to turn on, let alone use a computer. TVET colleges, meant to be the engine rooms of our future workforce, are under-resourced, misaligned with industry needs, and too often seen as a dead end rather than as a springboard. Even when our students manage to find a placement in higher learning, NSFAS has failed to do their part, plagued by tender irregularities, incapable or questionable service providers, late allowance payments, and mid-year defundings due to NSFAS's failure to process students correctly and timeously, leaving students destitute, forced to navigate a traumatic prospect of finding a new, affordable, and safe housing in an unfamiliar city or town. And honorable members, let us speak honestly about our SETAs and the National Skills Fund. They are plagued by inefficiency, corruption, and a lack of measurable outcomes. While billions of rands are allocated, youth skills development remains largely invisible on the ground. But we are not without hope. The formation of the Government of National Unity is a historic opportunity to reset, to act with urgency, purpose, and a shared commitment to grow the economy and to create jobs for our people. In this 7th Parliament, we must become the generation of leaders who rebuild the bridge between our youth and the economy, and to grow the economic pie and deliver jobs for millions of our unemployed. That means investing in digital infrastructure in every school and community, demand-driven skills development co-created with our industries, public-private partnerships that incubate youth-led startups, and a targeted youth wage incentive that makes hiring first-time workers attractive and sustainable. Honorable Speaker, the GNU is beginning to act. The Presidency has committed to expanding the Youth Employment Accelerator, and we commend efforts by Minister Sibiwe Gorube for driving vital reforms in basic education, trying to align it with future skills needs and embedding digital and entrepreneurial literacy. We also welcome Minister Solly Malatsi's efforts to expand broadband, establish innovation hubs, and equip these youth with digital skills. And we urge all departments to follow these examples and to be also honest where they have failed. That is why the DA, as a constructive partner in this GNU, will push for reforms that catalyze the transformation of economic participation. Our proposals are clear. Modernize the curriculum to include digital, financial, and entrepreneurial literacy from primary school. Fix the broken SETA system with transparent outcomes and real private sector partnerships. Expand youth entrepreneurship hubs in every province, modeled on what the Western Cape has successfully managed to initiate, like the Cape Innovation and Technology Initiative, and introduce data vouchers and zero-rated e-learning platforms so that no young person is cut off from opportunity because they cannot afford data. And devolve skills development to capable provincial and municipal governments who can tailor solutions to their local economies. Take Umgeni Municipality in KZN under the DA governance, for example. Through local youth development programs, entrepreneurial support, and skills initiative, youth unemployment in this municipality has dropped by 7% in just 3 years. Honorable members, imagine a South Africa where a young person in Usikisiki or Langebaan learns coding on a tablet that is charged by solar energy, where a TVET graduate in Soweto or Stellenbosch starts a drone delivery business, or a young woman in KwaMashu designs the next fintech solution for informal traders. That is not fiction. That is what being part of the 4th Industrial Revolution looks like. But it starts here with us today. Honorable Speaker, if the 4th Industrial Revolution is likened to the Gau train, then skills are the ticket needed to get onto that train. And right now, too many young South Africans are stuck at a broken station. No ticket, no map, and no way forward. Let us fix that station and let us issue those tickets. And let us honor the 16th of June, not with promises, but with action. Because the youth of today are not a problem for us to manage. They are the greatest asset that this country has. And if we invest in them, trust in them, and prepare them for the economy of tomorrow, they will build the South Africa that we all dream of. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think, Honorable Chair, we must respond to the EFF and tell them that the Youth League was never Julius Malema. The Youth League can never be an individual. The Youth League is a school of thought which has traditions and culture, and he himself, Julius Malema is a product of that school of thought. Honorable Chair, I wish to send my massive condolences to the family and colleagues of Presley Kobrizi Chwenichai, who played a leading role in the Oscar-winning film Tsotsi. Honorable Chair, Presley is part of a generation of young people in the post-apartheid South Africa that have shaped and defined popular culture through their participation in the arts and culture. Honorable members, Presley, through his character in the film Tsotsi, took the world on a tour deep into the life of the ordinary young Black South Africans in the townships of South Africa. On a world stage, he unveiled our daily struggles, affirmed our resilience, shared our fears and anxieties, communicated our aspirations, and most importantly, portrayed our humanity. Rest in peace, Kobrizi Tsotsi. Honorable Speaker, this year marks the 49 years since the youth mobilized themselves against inhuman system of apartheid and to reject Afrikaans as a medium of instruction in 1976. This year's Youth Month celebration also coincides with 75 years of commemoration of the adoption of the Freedom Charter in Kliptown. Both these generations, the generation of the Freedom Charter and that of 1976, defined their struggle, a struggle to achieve political freedom in South Africa, and indeed they delivered. Honorable members, 31 years into our democracy, we stand boldly on the shoulders of the generation of 1976, committed to build on their achievements and forging ahead to advance a new struggle, the struggle of economic freedom and social change now and not later. Honorable Chair, the reality is that the 1994 transition has not been able to deal with the persistent challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty, particularly amongst youth in South Africa. The youth of South Africa remain marginalized, excluded from participating productively in the South African economy. This is because we have not been able to fundamentally change the structural dynamics in our economy, particularly that of ownership, management, and control of our economy. The forces of production and the commanding heights of our economy remain in the hands of the minority. Now, if you don't respond to this fundamental question of who is in charge of the productive forces of our country, the issue of innovation and participating in the digital economy will remain a dream that evades us. We've got to create an environment where we're able to integrate young people, particularly those who come from previously disadvantaged backgrounds, to participate meaningfully in the economy. Now, the youth, particularly African youth, as we have said, remains marginalized and excluded from the meaningful participation in the economy of South Africa. Of course, much has been done by the ANC-led government to push back the legacy of apartheid and integrate young people to participate meaningfully in society by investing in education through establishing National Student Financial Aid Scheme, which has seen millions of students accessing universities across the country. Msizana here, Honorable Msizana, who was shouting very loudly, is probably a beneficiary of the very same NSFAS. Now he stands here today. He stands here today and wants to dismiss the importance of this important instrument to ensure that young people who come from poor backgrounds are able to access universities. The ANC-led government has, through SITAs, built the productive capacity of young people in South Africa through targeted skills training programs. Ultimately, though, Chair, we must find employment for the unskilled and low-skilled youth who have been excluded in the labor market. This will require a combination of upscaling, direct public employment schemes, as well as opening up opportunities in low-skill, labor-intensive industrial segments. The ANC-led government has introduced institutions like the NYDA to build, to harness, and to develop entrepreneurial capacity of young people in South Africa. Honorable Chair, we firmly believe that the ANC-led government has done much to attempt to streamline the youth towards entrepreneurship. But more needs to be done to ensure that innovation is inclusive and substantive technology transfer is there so that we don't continue to become consumers of technology, but we participate in the development of innovation. We don't go and import innovation from other countries and pretend that it's ours. Wait, and pretend that it's ours. I listened to you. We agree that there is a need to address regulatory constraints that limit SMMEs and which prohibit transitioning from informal to formal enterprises. And it must be prioritized. And we think that Minister Stella Ndabeni is doing very well in doing that work. We believe that, Honorable Chair, we're calling for a total overhaul of our economy. by beneficiating our mineral resources and developing export quotas so that we are able to beneficiate our mineral resources, but also to build skills downstreams for young people to participate in enterprise development and in the mining industry. That is why we are saying it's us, the Youth League, who have stood firm and said, we must call on the export quota and the beneficiation of mineral resources. No one else has said that. Now, you see the DA. The DA sends a very beautiful looking honorable to come here and dismiss BEE because they themselves, they are cowards. That is why they are sending here to do their dirty work. The issue of BEE is an important
But we are in a
instrument
coalition,
in
Mos.
developing a structural.
Honorable member, just hold on for a moment. Honorable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. I just want to know whether it's parliamentary to refer to the honourable member's looks instead of her brains, which is substantially more than most people I know.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Honorable,
with the brains.
Honorable,
Beauty with the
Honorable Mkutu, I'm still on the platform.
Nice.
Honorable Mkutu, may I plead with you to rather deal with the arguments other members present than their looks. Please proceed.
I would draw Chair, she's not beautiful.
Honorable
What we
Mkutu,
do to
just
people?
Honorable Mkutu, I have another hand there. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
No, we just wanted to confirm that Honorable Mkutu is right on track and we've got our support. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's not an intervention in terms of the rules. Honorable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized?
Yeah, Chair, I want to just find out to say somebody is beautiful. Is it unparliamentary?
No.
To say an honorable member is beautiful. Is that unparliamentary?
Honorable Skosana and colleagues. Order. Let me make this very clear to everyone in the House and Honorable Mkutu on the platform. We have a culture in this country, unfortunately, of male dominance. And a part of that culture is sometimes to rather refer to the looks of female members of society than what they bring to a debate. I did not make a formal ruling in that regard, but I plead specifically with the male members of this House to refrain from doing that. Please proceed, Honorable Mkutu.
So we're saying, Honorable Chair, that BEE is a very important instrument because it enforces structural transformation and the state is able to intervene through legislation in the economy to ensure that it tilts the scale of ownership, management, and control in the economy and gives access to Africans in general and blacks in particular to be able to participate in the productive sectors of our economy. And we can't because there are challenges with triple BE and throw the baby with the water, as my grandmother would say. But we must say, what is it that we can do to ensure that the BE policy is effective and it's broad in its character and is able to penetrate our communities? Now we're saying that the Department of Science, Honorable Chair, and Innovation and Technology has what you call technological stations in CSIR, where innovation is sitting there, it is ready to be commercialized. We're saying that department must go and mine those innovations and give those intellectual property licenses to young people and fund young people to drive that innovation. And in a sense, you will be saying that you are really concretely empowering young people in the space of innovation, science, and technology. But we're also saying, Chair, we must increase what you call research and development as a percentage of GDP. Because when you do that, you are able to ensure that research, when you invest in research, you are saying you are, as a growing economy, participating in developing skills through research, but also creating opportunity for new knowledge systems to be produced by young people, and we're saying more money must be given to research. Otherwise, we'll continue to produce graduates who are PhD students, but because they are not funded in research, don't be irritated, or funded in research, and they will continue to be seen as if they are useless. But if you don't commercialize that research through these technological stations, but also fund this research and development, you will always consume the issue of knowledge. Now we're saying, Chair, the issue of the DTIC, Minister Paxtau, and we're happy that Minister Paxtau is leading a process now of developing an industrial strategy. And we're saying that industrial strategy must, in the first instance, seek to rebuild the manufacturing sector, the textile sector, and the mining sector, and to ensure that it drives a process of transformation so that many youth and women who are particularly black, because they are the face of poverty in South Africa, are able to participate meaningfully in those sectors of the economy. And we're saying we're proud of the work again that is being done by Minister Paxtau in relation to the Transformation Fund, of ensuring that the Transformation Fund is a fund that is dedicated to ensure that we transform our economy and we create the issue of an inclusive economy. This thing of shouting in your voices without ideas, Msizana, is not going to help you when we are here debating. Please try harder and try to research your information. Thank you very much.
Order. Thank you, honorable members. That concludes this debate. Order. Honorable members, please settle down. Honorable members, the next item on the order paper. Order. The next item on the order paper is a decision of the question on the draft resolution in the name of the Honorable Manyi. Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this draft resolution was debated in a virtual mini plenary on Friday, the 6th of June, but that a decision thereon can only be taken in the full plenary. I now put the motion. Are there any objections to this motion? The ANC?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ANC object to this motion.
Thank you. The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. The DA objects.
The EFF?
House Chair, the EFF objects.
The FF Plus?
House Chair, the FF Plus objects.
Action SA?
Action SA rejects.
ACDP?
ACDP objects, Chair.
Sorry, my apologies, Honorable Ghana. You will just, you're not on your feet, so just hang on. The IFP?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The IFP objects.
Thank you. Rise.
Rise objects.
Okay, and the PA?
Patriotic Alliance objects.
Okay, Honorable Makubela, I saw your hand. Do you want to object?
No. Yeah, we want to call for a division on this motion.
Okay. Honorable members, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5.
House Chair, point of order.
Yes, Honorable Michalakis. Is it on the division?
Yes, House Chair. I just want to find out if it's procedurally correct to call to call for a division on a motion that you support.
Yeah, I think the rules do allow for that. Honorable members, division having been called. Yeah, the rules make it clear that if any 4 or more members demand a division is to be given effect to. Thank you. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would like to request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. That has been confirmed. Party whips will now be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that, as I said, we indeed have the requisite quorum present, we will now proceed. The question before the House is whether the House agrees to the proposal to censure the Minister of Finance for what the proposer, Honourable Manyi, called the mishandling of the national budget process and the erosion of fiscal and parliamentary integrity. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips must please confirm the number of their members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question. The table can assist if necessary. Are party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? The ANC?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. The African National Congress vote against the motion. And with 121 members, 40 of them in the House and 81 online.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
DA?
Thank you, House Chair. The DA has 48 members online, 20 members in the House. That's 68 in total, and we vote against the motion.
Thank you. MK?
Thank you, House Chair. MK votes in favor of the motion with 27 members online and 19 physically present. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF with a solid 8 in the House, solid 20 online, 28 voting against.
Thank you. The IFP? Order, honorable members, I want to hear there.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The IFP with 4 in the House and 6 on the virtual platform, we vote against.
Thank you. The PA?
Thank you, House Chair. 3 in the House for the Patriotic Alliance, 4 on the virtual platform, voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chair. We have 1 online and 3 in the House. That's 4 voting against.
Thank you. Action SA?
Thank you, House Chair. We've got 5 online, 1 physical, and we oppose. We reject.
Thank you. The ACDP?
House Chair, we have 2 online and 1 in the House voting against.
Thank you. The UDM?
UDM 2 voting against.
Thank you. And where are the 2 Honorable Nontenja? Online. Honorable Nontenja, can you just confirm?
Yes, 2 online.
Thank you. We will just verify with the table staff. Come back to that number. Rise.
Thank you, Chair. Half the caucus online, the other half in attendance, giving the total of 2. We reject the motion.
Thank you. Bosa. Is Bosa present? ATM?
1 on virtual platform, we support the motion. Thank you.
Al-Jamaa? Is Al-Jamaa present in the House? The NCC?
The online member is very ill. The NCC is against. Thank you.
The Honorable Adams, can you just give an indication? Is the member online in addition to yourself?
The member is ill. She's offline, sir.
Okay, so it's 1. Thank you. And you said against. Thank you. The PIC? The UAT?
The UAT support.
Thank you. And that's the 1 member. Good. Good's not present. Honorable Nontenja and honorable members, we have confirmed via the table staff that only 1 UDM member is present, so only 1 vote will be recorded. Is there any member that would? Thank you. Bosa has not declared a vote. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
We've called Ms. Vin ready for you.
Please wait.
Thank you, order, honorable members. The result of the division is as follows. The ayes 48, the noes 250, 0 abstentions. The question is accordingly not agreed to. Honorable members, we now come to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Yes. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that 3 Pietermaritzburg gender-based violence activists have received national recognition for their campaigns to end GBV. Further notes that activists Linda Mchali, Annele Ndlovu, and Alton Atkin were celebrated at an annual GBV Awards event held at Beechwood Hotel in Boksburg on Saturday, 31st May. Understand that Atkins won Best Male GBV Activist, Ndlovu claimed Best Female GBV Activist, and Mchali was named runner-up for the Best GBV Ambassador, and congratulates these worthy citizens who have made it their mission to end gender-based violence in our country and offers gratitude to all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House notes the passing of former Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, Dr. Jan Adrian D'Oliveira, SC, on 5 June this year. Further notes that Dr. D'Oliveira served as Attorney General of the Transvaal Provincial Division of the High Court in Pretoria prior to his appointment by President Nelson Mandela as the Deputy National Director of the National Prosecuting Authority in 1998. In the period 1998 to 2007, he was invited by the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime based in Vienna to participate in expert working groups dealing with international cooperation in criminal matters. In 1998, he was the sole negotiator on behalf of the South African Minister of Justice in drafting an extradition treaty with Hungary. Dr. D'Oliveira served as external member of the law faculty of the University of Pretoria. After graduating from the University of Pretoria with a B. Juris degree, he was later awarded his LLB cum laude and a Doctor of Laws. Notes further that the contribution made by him in advancing the rule of law, training and mentoring hundreds of successful prosecutors, providing an example of unimpeachable integrity and developing along with others the National Prosecuting Authority cannot be overstated. He was married to Renee, who passed away on 2 March 2024 after a short illness. Notes further that he also completed 20 Comrades marathons since, or Comrades marathon races. My apologies. Finally, that this House sends its sincere condolences to his 4 surviving children, Valerie, Adrian, Gisela, and Francis, and his 9 grandchildren. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable members, my apologies. I should have put the first motion. Can we return to that one just to refresh your memories? It was a motion around the 3 Pietermaritzburg gender-based violence activists that have received national recognition. Are there any objections to that motion? No objections agreed to. And then I put the motion as read by the Honorable Michelakis around condolences and remembrance of the late Advocate de Oliveira. Are there any objections to that motion? No objections agreed to. MK. Honorable member, I don't know whether your mic is on.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, okay. I move without notice that this House congratulates the winners of the 98th Comrades Marathon. Siyabahalelisela bonke ebebengenele lo mqhudelwano wabagijimi omkhulu kakhulu womhlaba wonke we-ultra marathon. Siyabonga siyanconcoza ngabaphumelele ngamalengiso kwabesilisa uTete Dijane no kwabesifazane uGerda Steyn. Esikukhumbulayo ukuthi lo mjaho waqala ukugijiywa ngonyaka ka-1921 nakuba ngokomlando wawo wake waphazamiseka ngenxa yezimpi kanye nesifo sobhubhane COVID-19. Kodwa usuneminyaka eyi104 ugijinywa. Lapho-ke lo mgijimo uyintandokazi emazweni omhlaba kanti futhi udlala indima ebalulekile ukuhlanganisa abantu bonke beqhamuka emazweni ahlukahlukene nangaphesheya kwezilwandle. Siyabonga futhi siyayiqhenya ngomsebenzi wokuzikhandla kwabahleli bomcimbi amavolontiya nabezimo eziphuthumayo. Sibonga ukuhlela kwabo nokuzinikela ngokusilethela umcimbi ongenayinkinga nasici unyaka nonyaka. I-Comrade Marathon asisayibuki njengombukiso wezemidlalo kuphela, kodwa sibona iqhuqhuzela ubunye, ukuyimisela kanye nokuphumelela kwezemidlalo emhlabeni wonke. Umkhonto wesizwe phansi ucela lendlu izinikele ukufaka uxhaso nangokwenza konke okusemandleni ukuthi uyasekelwa lo mdlalo njengoba usuyoshaya ikhulu leminyaka ugijinywa. Sithi halala.
Thank you. Are there any objections to that motion? No objections agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters for the House to note the concerning ongoing service delivery challenges facing the residents of Ward 12 in Good Plus under the traditional leadership of Kgoshi Pheya in the Greater Letaba Municipality, Mopani District, Limpopo. 30 years into our democracy, badudi ba bua ga Kgoshi Pheya ba Good Plus ba sa reka metsi, ba sa tlhoka ditsela, a gona le mabone mo strateng, metsi 20 liter by reka 5 rand, which undermine the health, dignity, and everyday well-being of the community. The condition of the road network in and around Good Plus is severely inadequate. There are no proper constructed roads within the village. The roads are poorly maintained, making travel extremely difficult, especially during emergencies. The village also faces challenges in public lighting. The absence of Apollo lights and related infrastructure has contributed to growing concerns around safety, especially at night. Call upon the Greater Letaba local municipality to prioritize the needs of Good Plus by exploring urgent measures to improve access to clean water, rehabilitate road infrastructure, and expand public lighting in the area. Further call for a transparent process of engagement with the affected community to communicate timeframes and plan.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Unfortunately, your time has run out.
Please,
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to that motion? No objections, agreed to. Order. The ANC.
Thank you very much.
Honorable member, just hold on. Honorable Majudina. Honorable member. Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Mashabela, thank you. Continue, honorable member.
Oh, no, thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House expresses deep sadness on the passing of the former Member of Parliament and former Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, Dr. Chenwani Simon Farizane, at the age of 76 on Thursday, 29 May 2025. Remembers Dr. Farizane as an esteemed theologian, freedom fighter, and a veteran public servant who devoted his life to the betterment of South Africa. Further remembers him as a co-founder alongside the real CIC President Cyril Ramaphosa and the late Chipiwa Isaac Mofe of the Black Evangelic Youth Organization in the early 1970s. Acknowledges he was a Lutheran minister who fought apartheid from the pulpit and was arrested for his activism in the Black Consciousness Movement and the Black People's Convention. Recalls that at the end of apartheid, Dr. Farizane represented the African National Congress in the National Assembly and later served as a member of the Limpopo Provincial Executive. Following which he served as a Speaker of the Limpopo Legislature, conveys his condolences to the family, friends, and comrades of Dr. Farizane. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. The IFP. Is there a motion without notice from the IFP? If not, then we move on. The PA.
Honorable Chair, I rise on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to move without notice that this House notice the outstanding achievement of Marissa Beekes, who recently earned National Column in Masters at Athletics, demonstrating exceptional dedication and perseverance in her late 40s. We acknowledge her remarkable success at the South African Masters Athletics Championship, where she secured a gold in relay, silver in 200 meters, and bronze in 100 meters and long jump. Commend her unwavering commitment to balancing a demanding career and as a pharmacist while maintaining an intensive training schedule, recognizing her resilience in overcoming injury and illness, proving that passion and discipline are key to success in competitive athletics. Applaud her inspiring message to women and aspiring athletes, emphasizing that age should never be a barrier to excellence. Encourage continued support for athletes like Marissa Beekes, who dedicate and achieve bringing pride to South Africa and serve as an inspiration to many. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. Honorable member, please just switch off your microphone. The FF plus.
Thank you, as Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the FF plus. But this House notes that 4 young winners were crowned in the national competition that took place on 17 May 2025 at the Artscape in Cape Town. Further notes that these 4 winners are Ronald Tron in grade 12 from the Selborne College in East London, Jan Roosteenkamp in grade 10 from the Hoërskool Durbanville, François Retief in grade 12 from the Stage Rai Drama School in Somerset West, and René Pieterse from the Hoërskool Hansstrijdom in Mokgopong, Limpopo. who was the best junior in this competition, understands that this competition takes place every 3 years and more than 500 people took part in this competition this year to showcase their talents on stage. Further understands that this competition is sponsored by Tribune, Nati, the Atterbury Trust, the Woordfees, Klein Karoo Nasionale Kunstefees, Suidoosterfees, Kyknet and the ATKV. He realizes that the hard work and dedication of these 4 youngsters contributed to them winning this competition. Acknowledges that this competition promotes young competitors to take part in TV soapies like Suidooster and Kyknet, radio productions on RSG, and other opportunities. Further acknowledge that other competitors in this competition will take part in productions at this year's Woordfees, and resolves that this house congratulates Ronald Tron, Jan Roos Steenkamp, Frans Retief, and René Pieterse for their outstanding performance in acting, prose, and drama. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections. Agreed to. Action essay.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of Action SA, I move without notice that the House celebrates Dr. Nasipi Moya and her multi-party coalition partners in the city of Tshwane on the commendable progress recorded by the new administration in our capital city following years of governance failures. Acknowledges the significant challenges that remain in reversing the legacy of mismanagement, qualified audits, and infrastructure neglect, particularly in relation to electricity and water reliability. Notes that, based on the oversight visit conducted, Tshwane is clearly on a path to recovery, with the new budget prioritizing key service delivery infrastructure that will enhance the quality of life of all residents. Commends the administration for its strategic investments that have already delivered notable turnaround successes, including Soshanguve Substation Region 1, which will receive 27.42 million to stabilize electricity supply in an area plagued by persistent outages due to insufficient historical capacity. Public safety, a 5.3 billion allocation to emergency services and the Tshwane Metro Police Department, including 564 million dedicated to protecting municipal infrastructure from sabotage. The city also committed to recruiting 200 additional MPD officers. Gwaga Substation, also part of the broader 1.4 billion electricity investment. This substation will receive 46.82 million to improve supply stability for surrounding.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
There are too many to celebrate, Chair, but we thank you and I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to that motion?
We object.
Thank you. There being an objection, this motion will be converted into a notice of motion. Honourable Makubele.
MK objects. There's no water in Hammanskraal.
Yeah, no, thank you. We don't need reasons for the objection. No. I've already indicated we don't need reasons for the objections. This will be converted to a notice of motion. Thank you.
Has confirmed that there's water in Hammanskraal.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe you can go together on an oversight. The ANC.
House Chair, the African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of Rashid Lombard, an acclaimed photographer, cultural activist, and promoter on Wednesday, 4th of June, 2025 at the age of 74. Remembers that Rashid, who grew up in Gqeberha, Eastern Cape, was exposed to a harmonious community that was tragically torn apart by apartheid. Further remembers that this early experience ignited in him a political consciousness that was further fueled by the Black consciousness movement in his adult life. Recalls that during the tumultuous years of anti-apartheid struggle, Rashid worked as a freelance photographer and television sound recordist, capturing moments of unrest, of resilience, and hope for international media, including Agence France Presse, the BBC, and NBC. Further recalls that his work immortalized pivotal events in South Africa's transition to democracy, from the rise of the democratic movement in the 1980s to Nelson Mandela's historic release in 1990 and the first democratic elections in 1994, and finally conveys its heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Rashid Lombard. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections. Agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the ACDP that the House notes the recent passing of Mr. Brad Bing, a former board member of the Western Province Cricket Association, selected to represent South Africa at the Veterans Cricket World Cup in 2024, and, most notably, founder of Sporting Chance in 1990. Notes that Mr. Bing founded Sporting Chance with a simple yet powerful mission to provide structured sporting opportunities for South African youth, especially those from disadvantaged communities, believing that every child deserved a sporting chance and a reason to stay in the game. Notes further that over 3 decades, his passion touched the lives of more than 300,000 children across the country, teaching sport skills, discipline, resilience, teamwork, and inspiring hope, leading to pioneering initiatives including Calypso Cricket and Health of the Nation. Commend Sporting Chance on the proposed establishment of the Brad Bing Legacy Centre, a multi-purpose sports and life skills centre situated in Lango, which will serve as a beacon of opportunity and hope for generations to come. Expresses its deepest condolences to his mother, Jenny, wife Annette, sons Alex and Max, brothers Rick and Greg, and their respective families. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. The DA.
Yeah. Honorable House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that ArcelorMittal South Africa has applied to ITEC for a 60% safeguard duty on imported galvanized steel products thinner than 0.5 millimeters, that AMSA cannot produce these products efficiently and seeks to block more affordable imports vital to downstream industries, that the downstream steel sector has already shrunk by 25% since 2015 due to similar protectionist measures, that this House acknowledges that affordable steel inputs are essential to labor-intensive manufacturers that drive jobs and growth, that further protection of AMSA risks harming industrialization and deepening inefficiencies, that this House resolves to request a dedicated debate in the House on downstream steel and manufacturing sectors, focusing on competitiveness, job creation, and access to inputs. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objection to this motion? The ANC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We object.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, House Chair. MK objects.
Thank you. The
NCC Chairperson, the NCC objects.
NCC Action SA.
Action SA vehemently objects, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, there having been objections registered to this motion, it will also be converted to a notice of motion. MK.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to move without a notice that the House knows with alarm the unaffordable cost of the mobile data in South Africa, where citizens pay over 30 rands per gigabyte, 6 times more than in countries like India, where the same costs less than 5 rand. Further notes that this pricing amounts to daylight robbery by dominant mobile operators like Vodacom and MTN, who continues to profiteer like hiding behind political protection, including past shareholding of Mr. Ramaphosa. Recognizing that the high cost of data deepens inequality, excludes the poor and deprives the students, job seekers and rural communities of access to opportunity in the digital age, and therefore calls for an immediate 50% reduction in mobile data costs and the zero rating of data for social grant recipients, students and rural communities. Declares that the data is not a luxury, but a right, and that no government should protect corporate greed at the expense of the people. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? The ANC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We object.
Thank you. Honorable members, there having been registered an objection to this motion, it will be converted to a notice of motion. I will return now to the IFP.
Thanks, Honored.
Order, honorable members. The IFP is on the floor.
Thanks, Honored Chairperson. I move on behalf of the IFP without notice that commends the partnership between the KZN government and the Ngoyama Trust and Vodacom to enhance the rural connectivity in the province. To note, the rural areas have historically suffered from poor network infrastructure, contributing to persistent digital divides. Acknowledge that Vodacom is committed to install 108 network towers by the end of 2025, with an additional of 100 towers to the following year of 2026. Recognize the importance of public-private collaboration in addressing infrastructure challenges and promoting inclusive development. Encouraging more companies to partner with government to support inclusive development and bridge the digital divide. Thank you, I move.
Thank you, honorable members. Are there an objection to that motion? No objection, agreed to. The EFF.
Thanks, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes the grave concern, the persistent and rising scourge of rape, sexual harassment, and gender-based violence affecting learners in schools across the country. Further notes the case of a learner known as Cwecwe at Bergview College in the Eastern Cape, whose experience of rape has been met with disturbing levels of misinformation, silence, and inadequate communication from stakeholders who are duty-bound to act in the best interest of children. The House to acknowledge the deep and lasting harm such an inaction causes not only to the immediate victim and their families, but also to the broader school community and the integrity of the justice and education systems. Recognizes the chilling effect such neglect may have on future victims of sexual violence in schools who may be discouraged to speaking out, fearing that their cries will be ignored. Calls upon the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Police, Women, Youth, and People living with disabilities to conduct a coordinated oversight visit to Bergview College and the surrounding district to assess the handling of the Cwecwe matter and to engage the affected parties. We further call for a consolidated report on this matter to be tabled before the House no later than the 30th of September 2025, with recommendations for ensuring accountability, justice, and protection for all learners. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. The UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. The UDM moves without notice that the House notes with serious concern the rising numbers of reports implicating members of the South African Police Services in acts of bribery and corruption, including soliciting bribes from the public in exchange for avoiding arrest or ignoring offenses. Further notes the recent expose published by City Press on 7th June 2025, which details how criminal syndicates impersonate SAPS officers to extort bribes from unsuspecting citizens, often in collusion with actual members of the police services. Acknowledges the devastating impact this conduct has on the credibility of SAPS, the erosion of public trust in law enforcement, and the growing fear among civilians who struggle to distinguish between legitimate officers and criminal imposters. Expresses particular concern that vulnerable communities and the poor are disproportionately targeted and often too afraid to report the abuse. Condemns the actions of both corrupt police officers and those impersonating law enforcement to exploit citizens for personal gains. Calls for investigation of these incidents, strengthening of internal accountability systems, and launch a national campaign to educate the public on how to verify officers and report misconduct safely.
Thank you, Honorable Nontenja.
I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes the Konichume Student Film Festival 2025 that will take place from the 14th to 16th of June 2025 in the rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal, focusing on empowering youth in historically disadvantaged community. Note that this edition of the festival marks a deeply significant milestone, as it will be the first to take place following the passing of the festival founder, the iconic actress and creative pioneer Konichume, who died in August 2024. Remembers that her decades-long legacy of advocacy, mentorship, and artistic excellence will be honored through a 3-day event that reflects her commitment to developing the next generation of South African filmmakers. Understands that the 2025 program will feature a curated selection of short films created by students between the ages of 16 and 25. Also notes, and we also commend the Konichume Foundation and organizers of the festival for keeping the legacy of Konichume alive. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. Rise Mzansi.
Baie dankie voorsitter. I hereby move on behalf of Rise Mzansi that as this house we celebrate the incredible work that is being done by Yuma Alexander in operating 10 hopeful leaders night schools across Cape Town, including in Delft, Mitchell's Plain, and Bontehevel, where adults are given the chance to finish matric. Because that Alexander is a single mother who had to leave school after falling pregnant, but persevered and completed her matric as an adult. Further recalls that over 600 learners are currently enrolled in the schools, which also employ more than 20 teachers, many of whom end their matric through Alexander's program. Recognizes that as many as 40% of South Africans who start in grade 1 do not finish their schooling, and as a result, are excluded from many post-school training, education, and employment opportunities. Honors Alexander for a perseverance and innovative approach to addressing this challenge in a community. And finally, affirms the need for targeted government interventions to reduce school dropout rates, but also to assist those who have dropped out to complete their schooling. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. Bossa? The ATM? The ANC?
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that 17-year-old Alex Khayabusat became the first double amputee to complete the Blaugrans bungee, Africa's highest bungee jump. Further notes that from being diagnosed with a life-threatening condition, suffering multiple organ failure and losing 2 limbs, the former Richards Bay teenager has made history in the physical realm. Understands that in October 2023, Alex developed flu-like symptoms, which quickly escalated, and she was intubated, placed in an induced coma, and treated for lymphocytic myocarditis. Further understands that her condition then worsened, leading to multiple organ failure and dialysis. Believes that despite hyperpetic treatment to save her limbs, she underwent a bilateral amputation of her lower limbs and also had a finger on her left hand amputated. And we congratulate her on her incredible achievement and wishes her well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections, agreed to. Al-Jamaa? The DA.
Honorable House Chair, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the DA-led Amgeni local municipality unanimously adopted its 674.8 million rand 2025-2026 budget on the 28th of May, with support from all parties, including the ANC and the EFF, demonstrating a shared commitment to effective resident-focused governance. That it welcomes this budget as a blueprint for inclusive growth, job creation, and improved service delivery for all of its residents. That the House commends budget highlights such as a 7% drop in youth unemployment, an additional 2 million rand for the local expanded public works program, and major infrastructure investments such as roads, electricity, and water upgrades through Infrastructure South Africa's Adopt a Municipality initiative. And that the House applauds the clear mandate given to the municipal manager to improve basic services, safety, and infrastructure, ranging from pothole repair turnaround times to rural Wi-Fi expansion to crime prevention, waste management, and reduced electricity losses. And congratulates Mayor Chris Pappas, the full council, and the administration for a pro-poor, pro-growth budget, and for showing that where the DA governs, it delivers for all. Thank you.
Are there any objections? Action SA?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of Action SA.
Thank you, MK. Order.
MK objects on factual basis.
Thank you, Honorable Makubele. You don't need to give reasons. You can just object. EFF?
Notes the objection of the EFF as well, Chair.
Thank you. The NCC?
We object, Chief.
Thank you, honorable members. There having been registered objections, this motion will be converted into a notice of motion. The NCC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Coloured Congress rises without notice and asks that this House acknowledge that housing is a national sore point. We call on the Department of Human Settlements to investigate the matter of the backlog of millions of backyarders as a result of several DA-run municipalities returning billions of rands unspent. Furthermore, the NCC calls on the Department of Human Settlements to ensure that the Western Cape government releases the housing waiting list so that our people can see that the Democratic Alliance has removed the names of tens of thousands of people who have been waiting for 30 years and more for housing. We also ask, Chairperson, that this House recognizes the pain of the people of Blikkiesdorp who were dumped there by Helen Zille when she promised them housing within 6 months, and 20 years later, people are still dying. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? The DA?
DA objects.
Thank you. There being an objection, this motion will be converted into a notice of motion. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that every year on June 12th, the World Day Against Child Labor is observed. Further notes that the day raises awareness of the plight of child laborers worldwide, where hundreds of millions of girls and boys around the world are affected. Understands that child labor is especially rampant in many developing countries, but even in industrialized nations, many children are forced to work. Further understands that the 2025 World Day would focus on key milestone, which is the release of the 2025 Global Estimates and Trends of Child Labor, where the ILO and UNICEF joint report will provide a comprehensive overview of where we stand in our global commitments to eliminate child labor. Believes that the theme for this year is, as a quote, generation safe and healthy, close quote, and the campaign aims to accelerate efforts to end child labor, achieving sustainable development goal target 8%, and urges all to add their voices to the worldwide movement to that aims for strengthened prevention, protection, and partnership to eliminate child labor. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections. Agreed to. The PIC? The UAT?
No motion from UAT.
Thank you. Good. The MK.
I hereby rise to give a motion without notice that this House debate the government's failure to deliver quality early childhood care and education, ECCE, as highlighted in the G20 seminar report. While only 14% of children aged 0 to 4 have access to ECD programs, with rural and disabled children disproportionately excluded. The department's Bana Pili mass registration drive failure to ensure minimum standard with 2.6 ECD centers operating at superb bronze level. The presidential employment stimulus failed to create sustainable ECD jobs, leaving practitioners untrained and underpaid. This House calls for an urgent review of ECD funding, stricter provincial compliance monitoring, and a national audit of ECD centers' condition. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion?
The DA objects.
There being an objection, this motion will be converted into a notice of motion. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House notes and congratulates Ms. Yolandi Liebenberg, an educator at Burgersdorp Primary School in Yereka in the Jogabi district of the Eastern Cape, on being awarded the Novice Teacher Recognition Award at the 2025 MEC Excellence Award, hosted by the Eastern Cape Department of Education on the 6th of June, 2025. Acknowledges that this prestigious award was presented to Ms. Liebenberg for displaying innovative strategies in teaching and learning, demonstrating dedication to quality education in a rural and often under-resourced area. Further recognizes that quality education is the cornerstone of opportunity and empowerment for millions of South African children. Affirms the Democratic Alliance's view that every child deserves access to excellent, innovative, and well-supported teachers, and that empowering educators like Ms. Liebenberg is essential to building a prosperous and just society, and calls on government to invest more in teacher development, school infrastructure, and learner support so that excellence in education is not the exception, but the standard. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections. Agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC move without notice that the House notes that South African senior women's team, Banyana, were crowned champions of the Three Nations Series, held from 28th of May to the 3rd of June at Lucas Morepe Stadium. After an impressive victories over Botswana and Zambia, they beat Botswana 3-2 and Zambia 2-0. Further acknowledges that the Three Nations Series offered a crucial opportunity for the head coach Desiree Ellis and her technical team to evaluate the squad ahead of the upcoming Women's African Cup of Nations qualifiers. And also remembers that the Banyana finishes the tournament unbeaten, scoring 5 goals and only conceding 2. The House should congratulate Banyana for winning the Three Nations and wishing them well during the Women's African Cup of Nations in Morocco this coming July. I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this motion? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the hegemonic role of culture to glue all national groupings towards one common nationality and South African citizenship. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the systemic failures of the National Prosecuting Authority to successfully prosecute a single state capture case since the Zondo report brought these matters to light. I so move.
MK.
Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Revolutionary MK Party, I hereby give notice at its next sitting, this House move that the House debates the findings of the Auditor General's report on municipalities for the 2023-2024 financial year, particularly the widespread use of unfunded budgets unauthorized expenditure, the lack of consequence management, and the collapse of financial governments and local government. I so move.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby rise on behalf of the EFF to give notice that this House, in its next sitting, must debate the reparations and restitution of all South African human remains that are currently held in museums, domestically and abroad. Notes that this year marks 114 years since the removal of 5 skeletal remains that were exhumed at Port Alfred and shipped to the Smithsonian Museum in the United States. Further notes that these remains are still languishing in the US and are awaiting reparations to South Africa for a dignified reparal. Acknowledges that this historical crime is not only a matter of moral outrage, but evidence of the colonial looting and dehumanization of the African people. Mandates the Portfolio Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture to engage that minister and secure an accelerated approach with timelines for the return and a dignified reparal of all remains, and to report back to this House on the progress that would have been made. I so move.
Thank you. The ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the exploitation of artists by private companies and their creative products, resulting in artists and practitioners dying as paupers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
On behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that this House debates the urgent need for industrialization to create an inclusive economy and sustainable employment. I so move.
Thank you. The PI.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I move that the next sitting of the House acknowledges and commends the government of Zimbabwe for its patriotic commitment to addressing the issue of illegal immigration, specifically pertaining to the undocumented South African nationals within its borders. Despite the number being less than 10 individuals, Zimbabwe prohibits their neighboring African brothers and sisters from residing, working, and utilizing public health services reserved for Zimbabwean citizens. Debates the substantial influx of undocumented foreigners, immigration policies, and the need for legislative reforms to facilitate mass deportation or alternative decisive approaches for the lawful removal of undocumented foreigners. Further debates the necessity of preserving and prioritizing employment opportunities for individuals born in South Africa and those with direct physical lineage over naturalized citizens, permanent residents, and foreign nationals as prescribed in the Immigration Act 13 of 2002. I so move.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Agbare Voorsitter, ek stel voor namens die VF Plus dat die nasionale vergadering met sy volgende sitting debat voer oor die sogenaamde Task Team on Animal Biosecurity, gedateer 18 Mei 2022. Hierdie verslag onder outeurskap van Broekner en ander se aanbevelings kon die huidige back and closure krisis afgeweer het as dit geïmplementeer is. Op die oog af is dit egter deur opeenvolgende ministers tot die huidige een geïgnoreer. Ek stel so voor.
Dankie. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. I, on behalf of Action SA, move that the House debates at its next sitting the urgent need to capacitate catchment management agencies in order to safeguard South Africa's most precious resource, our water. It is deeply concerning that, as revealed by the Minister of Water and Sanitation in a recent parliamentary written reply, only 2 out of 6 catchment management agencies, the Inkomatu Usutu and Briere Olifants, are currently functional. This revelation underscores a failure to align legislative mandates and highlights a pressing need for intervention to ensure that all CMAs are fully operational, effectively managed, and adequately resourced so as to prevent a countrywide day zero scenario. I so move.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate optimizing early childhood development
with great emphasis on children with special needs. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I move that the House debates at its next sitting the establishment of a beneficiation index in order to track the scale and success of beneficiation as an economic tool to grow our economy and create much needed jobs in the face of industrial decline and economic stagnation. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Dankie, voorsitter. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the impact of government failure to address red tape reform on job creation and inclusive economic growth. I so move.
Thank you. MK.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the MK Party to give notice that I shall move at the next meeting, at the next sitting of the House, that the House debates the unsustainable levels of sovereign debt incurred under the administration of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa since he assumed presidency, particularly the billions of dollars borrowed from multilateral institutions such
To the honorable members.
Fund, IMF, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and through the issuing of Euro bonds in international capital markets. Despite these unprecedented borrowings, such as the 70 billion IMF loan in 2020, billions accessed from the World Bank Development Policy Loan Facility, and repeated Euro bond issuances, there is no proportionate evidence to economic recovery, job creation, or large-scale infrastructure development, just looting. The House must interrogate who has benefited from this debt accumulation and why these loans have failed to translate into tangible improvements in the lives of the majority of South Africans, especially the poor and unemployed.
Thank you, honorable member. EFF.
Honorable House.
Order. Honorable Nias, just hold on. Honorable members, whilst the live stream takes what members say to households, I think it's still important that we afford everyone the courtesy to be also heard in this House. Honorable Nias, please continue.
Honorable House Chair, I move on behalf of the EFF that this House must, as a matter of urgency, debate the National Conventional Arms Control Committee's failure to uphold South Africa's domestic and international arms control obligations. To note the NCACC's non-implementation of end-user certificates for arms and munitions produced by South African arms manufacturing companies such as Rheinmetall Denel Munitions. Condemn the export of South African arms to apartheid Israel, a state charged by South Africa with genocide at the ICJ. Reject this complicity as a hypocritical betrayal of our heroic struggle against apartheid and our human rights commitments. Hold the NCACC accountable to ensure compliance with all arms control laws and treaties that South Africa is a signatory to. Demand an immediate halt to arms exports to apartheid Israel and to countries such as the United States of America, Germany,
Thank
France,
you, Honorable Nias. Your time has now
I
expired.
so move.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I'm lost. It started with Honorable Manyi and now Honorable Nihas. I thought we were on notices of motions, not statements.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, order. Honorable members, please remember that whoever introduces, and this is now the part where we introduce the substantive motions we always refer members to, have 1 minute in which to present it. And we have an eye on the timing, and if members can carry on or bring in a statement as part of the motion, we allow it. It might not be best practice, but we do allow it. Thank you. Order, order. The UDM. The
I
ANC.
hereby on
Oh.
behalf of UGM, move that the House in the next sitting discuss the prevalent taxi rank shootouts that put innocent lives of civilians in danger. Recently, there was a deadly shooting at the Mfuleni taxi rank in Cape Town, where 4 people were shot and killed, while 3 others were wounded. This has become a pattern in taxi ranks. Violence has been normalized, and the conviction rate of such shootouts is very low. The House should debate the strategies to empower the police to strengthen the law against the offenders and remind them that no one is above the law. I so move.
Thank you. The ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate the effective, efficient use of infrastructure budgets and other resources with special focus on eradicating infrastructure backlogs. I thank you.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Let me rise, Chair. As I rise, Chair, and but they are talking here. Please ask.
No, but the nation is listening to you, so please continue.
Oh, but they are disturbing me. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll move at the next sitting, given the state of the sports unions in this country, especially rugby, football, athletics, and boxing, that this House debate the urgent need to address the financial and governance problems at our national sports unions. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of Build One South Africa to give notice that at its next meeting, this House urgently debates the transparency, beneficiation, targeting, and cash efficiency of the National Youth Development Agency and its efforts to empower South African youth. Ultimately, Chairperson, with a focus on the adequacy of the NYDA's current programs, the effectiveness of the NYDA's resource allocation, and whether its substantial budget delivers meaningful impact to unemployed young people that need to explore an alternative, innovative approaches to youth development, the role of government's accountability and oversight in ensuring that youth empowerment institutions are responsive, transparent, and free from bureaucratic inefficiencies. And finally, the imperative that this House commits its concrete action to genuinely unlock opportunities for youth entrepreneurship. I so move. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. The ATM. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate creating a conducive environment for small businesses to thrive, including through the provision of reliable electricity supply, roads, and other economic infrastructure, including digital infrastructure. I so move.
Thank you, Al-Jamar. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the importance of leveraging technology to promote tourism and job creation, recognizing its potential to enhance visitor experience, increase destination visibility, and drive sustainable tourism development, while also investing in broadband infrastructure to unlock tourism opportunities in townships, villages, small dorpies, and rural areas, showcasing our nation's rich heritage and natural beauty. I so move.
Thank you. The NCC. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate integrating the skills program of institutions of higher learning into the country's developmental agenda and other needs of the economy. I so move.
Thank you. The PIC, the UAT,
Thank you, Chairperson. The UAT hereby move that this House debate a grave concern, the persistent and growing crisis of hunger and food insecurity unequally affecting African communities across South Africa. I so move.
thank you. Good. The MKP,
House Chair, I rise on behalf of MK Party. I hereby give the notice that at the next sitting of the House, I shall move that the House debate the use of water as a tool of corruption and control, including deliberate sabotage of infrastructure, collusion between municipality officials and tankers mafias, and the systematic failure within the Department of Water and Sanitation that have denied millions of South Africans their constitutional rights to clear water. This is no longer a warning. This is a lived nightmare, as seen in Amanskral in Tswane, where residents have been forced to drink contaminated water for years.
order, honorable members.
While officials and tankers contractors enrich themselves of human suffering, Minister, esikhaweni abantu abanamanzi, amanzi awekho abuya ngo-4, ahambe ekuseni mapiano, u-ANC, u-GNU.
Thank you, honorable member.
Nenkohlakalo.
Order. The DA.
Sulani Ndeda.
Order.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move a notice of motion that this House, in its next sitting, debates the urgent need for a comprehensive, independent, evidence-based review of broad-based Black economic empowerment regulations. As constituents like mine in Khayelitsha, 100% Black, face an appalling unemployment rate of 70%. They are not empowered and they're not included. They want to work, they're hungry, their kids are hungry, and it's unbearable. Professor Gumedi of the Wits School of Governance found that BEE has led to increased poverty, unemployment, and inequality in South Africa, and that under BEE, 1 trillion rand has circulated among only 100 privileged, politically connected Black people. It's obscene. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting must debate consolidating and advancing progress in implementing the economic reconstruction and recovery. I so move, House Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Members of the Rules Committee are reminded that there is a meeting of the Rules Committee scheduled for 15 minutes after the adjournment of this House today. I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. This House is adjourned.